exploitative, because when we leave it to become exploitative, especially among the youths, more often they get addicted. You'll find issues of addiction, that some youths, even some individuals, when they go to office, instead of spending time doing whatever work they are doing there, they are spending time doing petting. So I think it has to be regulated in such a way that it is done within a limit. It is able to promote, as much as it is able to promote certain activities within the country, it acts responsibly. So I think those issues, whatever Honorable Madenge is raising there, I think they are within parameters that will ensure that this is an industry that is well controlled and is an industry that can be able to grow and support various activities within the country. With those few remarks, I support.
I see there's an amendment to this motion. The Honorable Mary Maingi, member for Mwea constituency. Let me call you to move your amendment.
Thank you, Honorary Speaker. I wish to move an amendment that the motion be amended by deleting the word urges appearing after the words this house on page 236 of the order paper, and substituting therefore with the word resolve that. Madam Speaker, the betting and gaming industry is a multi-million industry. Currently, or last year, the year 2022, Kenyans spent 169.1 billion in betting to place bets through M-Pesa. The industry also spent 2.7 billion in advertisements alone. By a quick dive into this matter, I looked at our youth. The funds that are being used by our youth to place bets are coming from regular school fees, and most of the funds are also coming from help. This is resorting to our youths dropping out of school because of school fees, and this is devastating. I also looked at the elderly. I have heard through the radio and newspapers people venting publicly because a young person, like on Sunday, I had a young person on radio lamenting that he had bought 6 goats to just keep the elderly parents engaged, worth 76,000, and the mother had sold all the goats just to gamble. Madam Speaker, this is breaking up families and is causing a lot of strain to families. I urge that this industry cannot go unchecked, and if this industry is checked, we can have the 169.1 billion placed on bets circulate within our Kenyan economy, and this money can be used for investments and can also be used to grow other sectors. With those few remarks, I urge the Honorable Member for Nandi County, Honorable Caroline Ngelechei, to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Have you called upon a seconder? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. I rise to second the amendment to the motion. The amendment in the part of the motion is to give firm decision on the House during the implementation of the motion. And the amendment places responsibility on the Ministry of Interior and PCLB to take action, failure to which the House will have power to sanction them. I therefore second the amendment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, let me propose. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the motion be amended by deleting the words urges appearing after the words this House and substituting therefore for the word resolves that. I think honorable members were still wanted to debate. The debate to continue as amended. I'll propose the question. I'll propose the question as amended, then we can proceed with debate. I now put the question that the motion be amended by deleting the word urges appearing after the words this house and substituting therefore with the word resolves that. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We shall now proceed with the debate as amended. The motion as amended. I now call upon Member for Sotik, the Honorable Francis Sigei. He's absent. Next is the Honorable Member for Kilgoris, Honorable Julius Olesunkuli. Also absent. Okay, next is the Honorable Member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Ilachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion on regulating the betting and gaming in our country, Kenya. Madam Speaker, as I start, I just want to appreciate the member who brought this very important issue to this House, an issue that is hurting many of our young people, an issue that has made all Kenyans to feel that the best way to work in this country, Madam Speaker, is just to go for betting. That people just take everything of their homes because within every sector you feel there is a betting going on. But nobody is questioning, Madam Speaker, what then are the results or the consequences of all this? And I think these are the challenges now we are facing with young people. And that is why many will prefer to be in betting than even to going to the farm. They will prefer to be in a place within the town where the gaming goes on in terms of maybe football, which is okay. But then we've made it, it's becoming now an addiction, that this is the best way of life. Yet we know very well this is not the right way of life. Mr. Speaker, if we want to see our young people move from where now we have three things that have really taken our young people. One is alcohol, this gaming, and the last one is boda boda. These three things go in hand. And you find that the challenges that our young people are facing in the next 20 to 25 years, we will see now the worst that we have never seen in our young people, trying to move now to be real adults, to be family fathers, but they cannot because of the lifestyle we have decided this it is. And yet we have just opened it with no regulations the same way. We keep on saying this is the right thing, but when you look at the future of it, as we speak about food security, let us know some of the challenges of why we are facing food security is because our young people have gone into this. This is how you make quick money, which is not quick because they even forget you are paying for it. The more you give, it will be returned to you or from another person. So there's nothing much this company is giving you. It is just rotating your monies and giving you. So if we want to resolve that indeed we must have regulations, then even as leaders and politicians must come out in safeguarding. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we talk of things, but you find ourselves, we are the ones also entertaining and really pushing. So we have to be firm. It can be negative, it can be, you will feel it will hit on your politics, but in the end, people will come to appreciate. Young people right now, Mr. Speaker, are selling many of the things to go run and do this gaming. As Mheshimiwa said, school fees. Young people, you give them their school fees, they cut half. They think you will do the game and then receive some money, add to the school fees and make some more money on it, which is really, by the time a parent is called in school and you're told you haven't cleared your school fees, you're wondering what just happened. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we speak of baiting, we need to go also and try and just do some visits. You'll find young people have already, right now in the morning, they're in the different places where this thing is happening. They've already arrived there. So it's like a source of living, but they are forgetting there must be a better way. This is just a place where we have to come, not for a source of living, but it's a game. And they need to be told. It's not a place where you say, it's my future. I can get retirement. I can get NHIF. I can get NSSF. It's not the place. But also, betting has supported young people in sports. We have to appreciate that, and we have to look at both sides. There are those betting, Mr. Speaker, that you find now on a different trajectory. What we also need to resolve is that any company, institution that is doing betting must also have a social corporate program that transforms any part of this country as you do your betting. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the resources that come in, the monies that they are receiving, the returns are returns that you imagine every Kenyan was pumping 100,000, 100 bob, 20 bob, 20 cents. Then one person gets, but you realize it's just a way of, and yet the interest is more higher than what even they give to the members. So, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about this, we want to tell the government, as we crack on drugs, let us streamline the betting. Let us streamline our young people on border. It is a livelihood of living. Let us make it more enticing, but more orderly, that when they are there, nobody is harassing them, that they are able to know, I'm on duty, this is my office, I have arrived, be in decorum. And TSA also must be there. Our betting ministry that takes care must be there. They must come up with also policies that make all these things work in a manner that we know cannot also become an addiction, the way one drinks and becomes addicted. It's the same way. When you're addicted, it's like a casino. You are entering to do a game, so every day you are in this casino, you're just playing. It's the same thing. So I think, as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, when I read the motion, I realize that the member would wish the ministry and the agencies to regulate the running of lotteries and any other form of betting disguised as polls, and which many have used to do this game. But in the end of the day, it is a game like any other game. It is a casino. As much as we'll do all this, it is just like entering a casino and gambling with, you're trying to gamble and see whether you can make more money. The other thing in the motion, Mr. Speaker, you find that he talks about Kenyans getting addicted to this form of gambling, and that has led to lots of loss. It has led to lots of loss. It has led for people leaving school, not finishing even their colleges. Mr. Speaker, it has led to parents wondering what to do, and even a child becoming very violent when he realizes he doesn't have money. The same way, Mr. Speaker, a child, a youth who is addicted to drugs is the same way a youth when addicted to gambling. That when he doesn't have, he will do anything to get this. And so I would wish, even as parents, we now relook at all these issues. Let us try and talk to our kids, to our children, to our youths. It is the church, Mr. Speaker. You know, most of these things, we've just left it. I don't know. We've decided just the world to teach our children. the church has to come in, just the way our Muslim brothers and sisters, they will never allow their children to go to gamble. And so Christians, we have to start telling our children, gambling is not the right way of life. And appreciate that. And it is something we have to do it knowing very well we've taken a while. So the church must come back to it. And so as I finalize, we need an all-inclusive approach, a holistic approach to work around this issue. Just the way we are working around on alcoholism is the same way we have to work around on betting, that this is not the thing we have to do. It is just a hobby, but not a way you can say, this is a way I will live my life betting. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Member for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the issue on the table about betting. As you have been told, or we have been told severally by those who contributed before me, that the seriousness of the problem we are facing as a country, and especially our young people who have gone a different way of life or have resorted that the easy way of making quick monies. This culture or this direction we have taken as a society really affects our people. For us as a Muslim society, betting is considered as haram. It's not a way that is advised for our people or our young people. Therefore, if I were to bring something of this nature to the house, I would have gone to the extreme that we should actually declare betting an illegal activity in this country. But having given my brother who has brought the motion to the House, we support him on that issue. This issue of betting borders to addiction, just like drugs. And therefore, as a House, as a country, we must take a stand action in ensuring that our young people do not go that direction. For that reason, I beg to support the motion. Thank you.
Member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion by the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, it is not only young people that are plagued by betting. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the villages, and by this I'm pertaining even Kirinyaga County, you find that we now have a different system where old people are lured into betting by media stations. Mr. Speaker, I remember there's a time there was a conversation on the social platforms of this nation, specifically Twitter, in regard to the addiction and the havoc betting is reigning in the villages. Mr. Speaker, I remember a neighbor of mine, I think they sold the cow. The only thing they did not sell was a dog. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it was hell for that family because you find that it creates conflict in the villages. And Mr. Speaker, unregulated, anything that is unregulated is something that is poisonous, Mr. Speaker, because we normally say that too much of anything is poison, Mr. Speaker. I am calling upon this House to embrace regulating the betting industry, Mr. Speaker. And we must think of it expansively. We cater for every genre. For the young people of this nation, Mr. Speaker, they're driven to betting because of desperation, Mr. Speaker. We have a culture nowadays, you know, in the slangs, we call it glamming. You know, people want to get rich overnight. People want to bet to richness, Mr. Speaker. And these young people, they're people who have gone to universities, Mr. Speaker. As I speak, and I speak as a young person of this nation, before I joined Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I was unemployed, Mr. Speaker. That does not mean that I am uneducated, Mr. Speaker. I am a qualified advocate of the High Court, but I have colleagues who up to date have never found employment. I have people who've started medicine and different careers, Mr. Speaker. So it is something that we need to look from a wholesome perspective, Mr. Speaker, Besides regulating it, what are we doing to empower our people, Mr. Speaker? What are we doing to sensitize our people in the villages? Mr. Speaker, if you listen to any of the local stations, you will realize that most of them have a program where apparently you win some amount of money, Mr. Speaker. And I remember at some point it was discovered that the person that is being called on the other end of the line has been notified. It's sort of like a game they play to dupe the masses to give their money. But the person is given a portion of the money, and then the rest of the money is kept by the station, Mr. Speaker. We must investigate. Why are media stations engaging in betting, Mr. Speaker? Why is it unregulated, Mr. Speaker? So I call upon these members to look at it from a wholesome perspective, Mr. Speaker, so that we can cater and ensure that we protect our people from exploitation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you. Member Nyatike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance you have given to me. I stand to support the motion by Honorable Madenge, but I want us to agree on a number of issues. The focus, we are putting a lot of focus on the youth. I think we are missing the point, because when you talk of betting, majority of people who are betting currently are adults. And those youths, majority of them, are seeing this thing happening in their houses by their parents. So they grow in a betting society where they inherit this thing from their own parents. If we want to curtail this thing, we need to borrow from some practices. We have tried in this country through Ministry of Health to warn people about cigarette smoking, but have we stopped smoking? It's written everywhere, and when you go there to buy a packet of cigarette, it's well written, it's dangerous for your health, and you'll still continue to buy it. So even this betting, as we are talking about it as an addictive, if you are not careful, we can advertise it everywhere and say it's dangerous, it's everything like that. And people will still continue doing it. What do we do? We cannot say today that we are going to stop betting because it's happening all over the world. When we stopped the Sport Pesa in Kenya, they gained root in Tanzania, and they still did their business there. And Kenyans were still doing it in the platform of Tanzania. We say we don't want them in Kenya, but we still post money to Sport Pesa while they are practicing in Tanzania, and that money goes also to Tanzania. The only remedy we can do here, number one, we have to target churches. People must be correctly educated and nurtured through the churches. Number two, these people must be given tax which can limit the profit they're getting so that they also become responsible. We have to deal with the tax level, because you'll find somebody opening the farm and in a day they become billionaires at the expense of that poor person down there who is sacrificing his 20 shillings to bet. So this money, we must make sure we get a better percentage of this money to come and assist those youths to get bursaries and build colleges for them. But if we declare today that we are stopping betting in this country, it will not cure anything, because people will still bet in other international platforms. Let us accept it, make it very painful for those people who are doing it, and we make sure this money is channeled to the correct use. And the correct use would be targeting the youth, targeting colleges, targeting what can translate back to the development of the same people so that we make them better citizens. But my last comment, Honorable Speaker, let us target parents. If we ignore parents, I've seen a number of people closing their shops. I've seen a number of people clearing their stock. I've seen a number of people losing even their own cars on betting. These youths we are talking about don't have cars. They don't have those shops. Our own people who are adults and are eager to make quick wealth are the people who are wrong role models in this country and spoiling our youth. So we need to deal with these parents first. Then we correct this menace once and for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bomet East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. This is a very good motion whereby
Honorable Senator, what's happening to you? Is there a problem with you? You okay? Okay. let the Honorable Bomet East contribute.
So my colleague and member of the same committee, I don't think there was something you wanted to interject. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want also to, this has been very long overdue in discussing and trying to regulate this gaming and gambling. Mr. Speaker, to be very sincere, in all our areas, as you must have witnessed from all the members of parliament who have just talked in the floor of the House, that gaming is something very addictive, like cigarette and all these other drugs. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, for this industry to be controlled, I think we have, as a House, to have serious punitive action whereby we need to allow only those who are capable of or having money, and those who are over 18 to participate in this gambling. We have to increase the taxes into a certain level whereby if these youths, those youths who are prone of trying to steal even from some parents, trying to do things which are not ethical so that they get money to do the gambling, we have to make sure that we increase the taxes to a certain level whereby it can only allow those who have money to do this gaming. We know gaming and gambling is a very lucrative business whereby it can bring a lot of, it brings a lot of revenue to the government, and by so doing, and we know even gambling is, those who can win cannot easily, they are not guaranteed. It is only maybe around 1% of those who are doing the gambling. We hear also in the radio stations who are calling, they normally use all these people to call. We need only 5 people, 10 people to make sure that at least you are going to win, you are maybe the next person. And they must have talked to more than 100 or so people. And there's some money which are being taken from these people and they're not being accounted for. So by regulating this, we will have the government getting good monies, revenues, and in terms of taxes, and also trying to make our youths not to get indulged in this. With those very few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the motion.
Thank you. Member for Isiolo South. Member for Isiolo South. This.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. One thing about betting, we have problems here and there. The problems we have is not only betting. Our young people and even the older ones, people go for these ones to get quick money. In the end, people are getting mad. Most of them are getting crazy just because they have wasted all what they have saved. Children who are going to school, all the dropouts, and all these things, drugs they are going into, is because of this betting thing. People want to get money every time. Not only that, there are other issues, like Mheshimiwa has said out there. In future, we are going to get some problems here. About the motorbikes and all these things, we have borders. In the next 20 years, because of accidents, we will be ending up with having a lot of disabilities in this country if we don't think of regulating some of these issues. Then there is this issue about equally loans by use of logbooks and whatever books or whatever titles or something like that. Even those ones are causing a lot of stress to Kenyans. I don't know when we can be able, because of the problems in Kenya, people seem to be going into a lot of ventures which could be very dangerous in future. So I support this motion because we have to do something. At least see that the government has done some regulations about what is supposed to be done in a proper manner. Otherwise, we will be facing a lot of suicide because of because of this betting thing. So regulation has to be done in such a manner that to safeguard our youth, and even the ones who are retiring. All the monies they receive from retiring people go back and do betting, and those are the kind of things which are happening. I support the motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The member for Moiben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to support this motion on betting on behalf of the members of the constituency of Moiben, Mr. Speaker, gambling should be regulated because it is one of the worst sources of income. Mr. Speaker, in my many years in this country, Kenya, I'm yet to find a number of millionaires who have benefited from betting. It's yet to see a sizable percentage of Kenyans who have benefited from betting, and I think it should be regulated. The Betting Control and Licensing Board has a task, but we are yet to feel its work on the ground in as far as betting is concerned. It needs to be more robust and come in strongly to regulate this industry, which is causing menace in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we are almost become a country which is raising a youth of gamblers. As somebody said, it's not just the youth who are gambling, but we also have parents or majority of the people in society of Kenya. But Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it is the youth who are the most affected. Specifically, when the sports betting was introduced some time back in the early 2000s, the youth took upon to work ways of making money through this gambling. And it's because of the way it's being advertised. It is very enticing to an extent that some of them have decided to just sit and lose creativity. We have a bunch of youths who are no longer creative. They just wish and hope on the gambling process to make a source of livelihood or to make them instant millionaires. And this gambling business is something which is covered in sheepskin. It camouflages itself as a big investment, yet nobody has actually benefited. Mr. Speaker, it is not just, this gambling is not just robbing the rich and the poor, but it is something which is affecting both caliber of people in society. And hence, if it is not regulated, the consequences which we are going to have in the near future, we will have a nation of gamblers, people who are not creative and just waiting to rob, to make money from gambling. And remember, I said before, I've never come across millionaires who have just made their source of, who have succeeded by just sitting down and betting. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know the consequences of betting, especially for those young people. Most of them, in the hope of making or becoming instant millionaires, have invested all their earthly earnings. We have students who, instead of going to school to pay school fees, they have resorted to chancing in the gambling, hoping to make money, and as a result, they have dropped out of school and they are just sitting at home. We have had cases of some of them committing suicide because they have lost everything. We have even had senior members of our society, we have had parents who have become victims of this betting, and they have lost all their earthly belongings, and they are stressing, and some of them even decide to take their lives away. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this motion that this betting business should be regularized, and social marketing campaigns should be enhanced so that people know the consequences of betting. And if that is done, those who will participate will do so knowing the consequences. But most of the times, the betting is camouflaged with very nice stories, very nice images, very nice success stories, which in essence, it is not right. Which in essence, it's not right. So it should be, the social campaigns should be enhanced, and that is what the betting and licensing control should be busy doing, so that people will come to know the consequences other than just participating without, and eventually they become victims and they lose everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think I can stop at that so that I can give somebody else an opportunity to make a contribution.
Member for Kwanza.
At long last. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the chance. I think the Act itself, we would look at the Act. And I think this House has the responsibility at least to be able to affirm that this Act has weakened the whole philosophy as such. I'm saying this because witnessing what is happening, particularly the way the youths and even the elderly are participating in this so-called betting, and the Act itself actually allows for anybody to do whatever you can do. But, Mr. Speaker, call a spade a spade. I know for sure people talked about people getting weak and what have you financially. It is true, Mr. Speaker, I have cases where I've witnessed that actually a family in my locality where the husband took money because of this game gambling, and they used up to about 150,000 shillings that actually been sent by the son who's working overseas. And there was that disagreement with the family. And of course, what happens is people start fighting, physically fighting, and ended up actually somebody getting injured. I was called in and I said, now how do I get involved? But it looks like we should do something about this, because if you let it go like that and we don't resolve, we don't change the regulation, I think we have got more cases that are not made. In fact, as somebody mentioned, we have this country known for gambling. And I've known cases where students actually get money they're supposed to be going, and the parent looks for money, gives a student to go to school, and because it's a game, Liverpool against whatever, maybe Manchester United, and the radio, the media actually going to say who's going to win. And the boy actually didn't even reach school. He books himself a hotel to witness who's going to win, only to find that a friend of the family was in that particular hotel and was, what is this boy doing in the hotel? He was actually waiting to do the gambling. So we should actually, and then of course what happens, the boy gets into and is addicted on the whole thing. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, the boy was very bright. Today he's not there. Ayuko Sai is not in school. He's now loitering around looking for jobs. So I want us to look at this because it affects the families financially. it leads, as the proposer said, it leads even the family breakup. And therefore we should do something about it. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that there are those who feel they should get money by hook and crook. Somebody calls me and tells me, you know, I've slept in Kiswahili, saying nimelala njaa, watoto wanalala njaa Kiswahili, in the courts, that the family doesn't have anything. So he goes looking for the money, and just to be able to have the money to do the gambling. So I want us to, as a lawmaker, I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we actually have to have this, because of the trend for which it was meant actually has diverted and is causing a lot of suffering to our people in this country. And therefore, we should actually resolve, and whichever ministries, I've just been asking my neighbor, which ministry actually controls this, be able to control this betting and the gambling issue so that it can be able to go away, get rid of the whole system.
The member for Kwanza, where I'm seated here and are listening to members, it seems this is a society issue.
Yes.
It seems this is an issue that the law will not correct. And I would imagine that members should be thinking of how best we deal with this away from the law. But I digress, just go on.
No, Mr. Speaker, we are lawmakers. We have to change, to change the regulation, even if it means now doing away with the law, so that we live as a Muslim society. Let it be that, because there's nothing we're gaining from it. I know the government gets some little income from the same, but surely, what about the family, the status of the family members? I think that's more important, because I represent the members, the people. I don't care how much we can get. You cannot get money from elsewhere. But look at the media itself. It's actually the one promoting this kind of thing. Look at what is happening around. You go to some places in the River Road, and these are there. And you find boys have lined up, girls are lined up, and what happens? They are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Some of them, instead of looking for jobs, they are there gambling, hoping they'll be able to get, at the end of the day, they'll be able to get the money. And of course, they get nothing. And then don't get nothing, what happens? It becomes a criminal. So we are actually in the ways trying to solve the problem for the future of this country. And therefore, let's go even the Muslim way, where we do away with this for some time, and until we get ourselves actually sopped up, get ourselves lined up in the right way, and then we can introduce this maybe 10 years to come. I may not be here at that time. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, I am against this act has actually ruined the whole country. And therefore, I support the motion, and this is for solve either to get to change the act, or altogether have whatever members are going to suggest here positively to be able to help this society. Otherwise, we are going to ruin the society and be held responsible in the future. What did you do at your time? I support the motion.
Thank you. Member for Masabit. I think Member for Masabit will be the last to contribute on this. Then we'll call the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to pass my message on this and to debate on this very important motion on betting. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the honorable member who came with this amendment to the motion on regulation of the betting industry. As I start, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that betting is one issue that has brought a lot of challenges to our country, and we seriously need to regulate so that we can mold our society to the society that it needs to be. Mr. Speaker, we've had a lot of negative impact as a result of this practice, and it does not only affect the young people, but it affects even the grown-ups and even the old people. It affects both the gender, and it has affected families negatively. As a result of this, I'm sure we all know that a lot of domestic violence has been there, and some marriages have gone into divorce. Many have been depressed because of this, and some people have even borrowed money that they are not able to pay. They have lost their properties, and this has been a real challenge in our society now for some time. Mr. Speaker, all this is as a result of lack of employment, dissatisfaction, and lack of contentment. When people want to get rich very fast and using a very easy way to get rich, because sometimes cheap is very expensive, and what you think is cheap might end up being expensive and also ruining your own life. Mr. Speaker, the only way that we can overcome this is to regulate and make sure that the regulations are also put in place and implemented in all the sectors. And other things that we can do are as follows. We have our young people who are mostly in schools, either primary schools or secondary schools. And I remember when we were growing up, there is this program called PP, Pastoral Program, that was initiated. And every Wednesday, or I think, once in a week, the students used to have that program whereby they are mentored spiritually. I think we need to come up with a program like that, whereby enough education is given to our young people, and also those in high school. Something like that can be put in their program in school, so that outside their normal syllabus or their curriculum, they can have 1 hour every week, so that they can be educated on the dangers of this. And if we do that, then our young people will grow up knowing the dangers and the bad negative effects of all this practice, and that can really help. The other thing we can do as a government or as a nation is also to have enough civic education, whereby even those school leavers who are idle can be educated, and we come up with a special program, and that can even be done with the current members of parliament when you go to the constituencies, because our words are powerful. People listen to us. We can pass a message to people. And as we speak, we need to speak on all these things that affect our people, our young people. Civic education can be enhanced, and we can be telling people on the dangers of all this. I want to also say that as members of parliament, and especially those of us in 13th parliament, we have been given a great opportunity, because currently we are surrounded by so many challenges. A lot of our young people are already drug addicted. Many of them are not employed, and many of them are already getting into, even LGBTQ is becoming a real issue. And so we have the opportunity, because when we get to our constituencies, when we get to people and talk to people, many people listen to us, and we can use the opportunity we have to pass these important messages to people, so that we tell them on the dangers and how it has ruined our people. And as I finish, the media is so much there to promote this practice. If we put all these controls in place, then the media should also be curbed, so that them encouraging people will always, motivate another person to invest in that. And we can reduce the promotion of that, and I'm sure when the amendment is done, that will be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, allow me to, before I call the mover to reply, to recognize the presence in the public gallery of the students from the AEF Ruben Primary School from Embakasi South, Nairobi County. They are welcome to view the happenings of Bunge this morning, and hope they learned something from their visit today. I therefore then call upon the mover of this motion, Honorable Madenge, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I reply, allow me to donate 1.5 minutes each to member for Buleti, the Honorable CNN, member for Bere North, and the Taita Taveta County MP.
1.5 minutes each, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in supporting this motion, we would want to remember that this nation, we need to protect our young people. Our nation is a young population, has a young population, and if we continue in this manner that we do not protect them against the ills that come from betting, we will be destroying our own selves. So in proposing this, we want to thank Honorable Madenge for bringing on board and also bringing this discussion so that the people of this nation may be able to understand the things that are happening within our society and also the effects of betting and unregulated betting. Number one, I think we need to look into the regulations so that we may be able to know where this can happen. The premises by which the Betting Control Licensing Board should be able to look into. Also, the kind of license the different stations may have. We have radio stations which have broadcasting license, but also being able, are still carrying out the.
Thank you. Thank you. Just finalize.
I still have time.
Finalize.
I still have time, Mr. Speaker. The other one is the tax regime, and to be able to integrate. Some of the things that are actually happening also is the lotos within our societies. They are moving from villages to even smaller units. We need to regulate them so that our society can be protected against such ills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion by Honorable Member for Nyeri Town. And the betting has wreaked havoc in this country, Mr. Speaker. And not only for our young men and women in our constituencies, but also the issues of vicious fight among the businessmen who are in the betting industry. And more so, also them failing to pay taxes as it is required by the law. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion and beg the honorable member to move forward and come up with a bill which is going to regulate the betting industry in a holistic manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support and congratulate the member. Mr. Speaker, I really want to support regulating betting, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, betting and gaming is very, 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 Mr. Speaker, it is very addictive. And most of the people cannot handle the addiction that comes with gaming, Mr. Speaker. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, we have seen so many families. We have lost so many families because we find that people have gone into gaming and they have lost because of knowledge. Because before you get into gaming, you need to have the knowledge of the game. Majority of the people get into the game without the knowledge, and therefore they lose in these games. And after that, they begin to look for means and ways on how to recover what they have lost. And they get into criminal activities, Mr. Speaker. We have seen people are going to a point of stealing from their own families. And we have even seen youth or students, Mr. Speaker, taking the school fees that they've been given by parents to go and pay school fees just to go and participate in these gaming activities, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I am very happy that today we are discussing. I'm grateful for the member for bringing this motion on regulating betting, and I'm in support that, Mr. Speaker, we should regulate gaming activity or the entire betting so that, Mr. Speaker, it can be done with a lot of decency in our country.
Minute for Honorable Ngusia.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much, my friend from Nyeri Town, Madenge, for bringing up this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'll begin by saying I was very fortunate to go for benchmarking in Las Vegas and London last term, 2018. and we came up with serious regulations. And I would begin by noting that the problem in our country is not actually gambling and betting. It is our society and what we call financial exclusion of many people, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we need financial inclusion in this matter. Mr. Speaker, betting is not bad, but over-indulgence is. And we have seen so many benefits of betting in our country, like the sports funds now. It's fully being financed by betting. But still, people who are over-indulging in this matter are the ones who are actually doing this. So, Mr. Speaker, I would begin by saying, let our society act responsibly. Let us have what we call financial inclusion of every member of this society, and we will have no issues of betting. Otherwise, getting rich very quickly is dangerous, and there is no shortcut in life. Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to summarize what I wanted to say with those few minutes, but with those few minutes, I beg to support and congratulate Honorable Member for bringing this on the floor of the House. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to donate 1 minute to Honorable Kaleba.
Thank you. That means only I'll have 2 minutes of yours to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Madenke, and wish to congratulate you for coming up with this motion, because we need to regulate the betting. Mr. Speaker, the addiction that comes with betting is even worse than the one that comes with the consumption of alcohol. And our young people have been lied to that they can become millionaires overnight because of betting. Mr. Speaker, most unfortunate is that the media stations are the ones that are propagating this narrative. They ask you a simple question and they tell you that you'll get 500,000 for answering that question right through betting. Mr. Speaker, we need to regulate this so that we can make this country a better country and impose serious taxes, high taxes for these betting firms so that also Kenya can benefit from the earnings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank honorable members for their robust and insightful contributions to this motion. And it is true, society must be more central in the new dispensation in as far as controlling betting is concerned. Mr. Speaker, in a 2017 Geopoll survey on youths between 17 and 35 years, Kenya had the highest number of betting youths compared to Uganda, Tanzania, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa. We are destroying an entire generation. Mr. Speaker, desperation for instant money, increased unemployment rates, constant announcements, the thrill of gambling, sleek advertising, and celebration of winners is feeding this insanity. Gambling losses lead to severe debt, listing on CLB, depression, and anxiety. Gambling must be listed among other social ills like rampant corruption, illicit sex, alcohol, drugs, and crime. Mr. Speaker, the Media Society of Kenya, which has a constitutional mandate to set standards and regulate compliance with those standards for the media, as well as the Media Council Act 2013, Section 6D, which obligates the MCK to promote and enhance ethical professional standards among journalists and media enterprises, acknowledges that gambling has been promoted by media houses and licensed gambling has been promoted by media houses. This state of affairs cannot continue. Gambling on our airwaves, Mr. Speaker, is taking gambling on every street, in every household in this country. This is worse than selling cigarettes in the kiosks. Mr. Speaker, the media must be open to scrutiny and accountability when it negates its primary duty. Mr. Speaker, gambling in airwaves is an insanity driven by the competition for audience, technology penetration, and the changing environment for the media, business environment for the media houses. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hear the mood of the House is that we move with speed to introduce a bill to regulate betting in this country. And I am promising honorable members that I am up to the task. And the BCLB Act, which is the legal framework that is controlling and regulating betting in this country, is moribund, Mr. Speaker. It was enacted in 1966. At that time, there was no internet, there was no mobile money. And therefore, I thank this House for the contributions on this motion, and I believe it is time that we moved with speed to protect our society from this evil. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Honorable Madenge. I think the ball is on your court. You've had members, you've had everyone's views on this issue, and as you know, the very nature of a motion, we normally resolve. Most of the time, nothing turns on it. And so I like where you've ended, that you'll bring a bill to the floor so that we have some firm and binding, resolutions as how through a bill to ensure that some of the things that we wish to see happening happen. Thank you so much. Members, for obvious reasons, I'll not put the question, ask you to put the question this afternoon. We'll do that in the next sitting. I would therefore then call for the next order.
Order number 10, the Health Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022, second reading.
Members, this bill is sponsored by the Honorable Didmas Barasa, who has written to the Speaker to defer this to the next sitting. Therefore, we will defer it. The next order.
Order number 11, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2022, second reading.
Is Honorable Kingara in the House? Yes, Honorable Kingara, this chance is yours to move your bill for the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by thanking you for giving me this opportunity to highlight on some amendment on the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill of 2022. Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kingara. Just approach the table. Approach the table. Give him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your wise guide. I beg to move. The National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2022, and may it be led for the second time. Mr. Speaker, I intend to move this bill as an amendment of the existing entire bill, especially on section 4 from A all the way to C, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at section 4 of the National Transport and Safety Authority Bill, you find that there are some issues which are of concern to us, and hence leading to a request from this Honorable House to do some amendment. My amendment, Mr. Speaker, is to insert the following new subparagraphs, especially on A, whereby it reads, I propose it reads, regulation of 2- and 3-wheeled public motorcycles taxis. Mr. Speaker, at part AB, I propose, Mr. Speaker, to establish a system and procedure for the regional registration and licensing of 2- and 3-wheeled public motorcycles or taxis. Mr. Speaker, if you go to section AC, I propose to establish a systems and procedures for the registration and licensing of drivers of 2- and 3-wheeled public motorcycles taxis by county government in conjunction with the authority. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to AD, where my proposal is to issue public service vehicles badges to drivers of 2- and 3-wheeled public motorcycles or taxis. Mr. Speaker, I end by SE, whereby I propose to have a regulate 2- and 3-wheeled public service motorcycles or taxi. Mr. Speaker, you find that long ago, motorcycles and 3-wheeler, which now we call tuk-tuk, was not in high demand sometimes back. But if you look at the current mood of the transport, you find that, as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, over 200 million motorbikes and tuk-tuks are operating in this world, led by Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and hence Kenya and the region. Mr. Speaker, you note the speed growth of the same trend, peaking, for instance, Thailand, which is in Eastern, and you know Africa copies a lot of on Eastern behavior. They have a population of 71 million people, whereby 87%, Mr. Speaker, are using motorbikes. Hence, this is like 43 million people using motorbike in that country. And if you come back now home to Kenya, you find that Kenya is just only 2% with about 5 million motorbikes, and hence it is not controllable. So, Mr. Speaker, my assumption is, when we reach like 10 million, will there be order, will there be soberness if we have not put light procedure, light control, and even light measures? Remember, Mr. Speaker, not long ago, motorbikes were not used as taxis. Tuk-tuks were not used as taxi before, so there was control. But you see, it has become like the mood of communication as far as mobility in our road is concerned. If the government or us are not aggressive on coming up with new and better legislation to manage the same menace, I think, Mr. Speaker, we will lose track. I know the government is trying to come up with the modalities of managing the same, but I think the speed on which the motorbikes are registered and they are put on our road is not in tandem. Mr. Speaker, if you look at, maybe one would pose a question, should we do away with this motorbike menace, or what should be the way forward? Then I come to the Kenya Bureaus of Statistics, especially when they conducted the survey in 2019. They came up with the following. It was noted that the motorbike sector and tuk-tuk are generating over $1 billion for the economy of this country. So it's not something to put aside. If you go back to the same statistics, Mr. Speaker, you find that this 1 billion put on the GDP, it is generating about 3.4% of the national GDP. So you can see how this sector is growing. And it is just close to the education sector, Mr. Speaker, which stands at 3.8, and you know how old the education sector is. So if there is no stopgap measure on the control of Boda Boda and three-wheeler, I think we lose the track. Having said that, the other discomforting areas, Mr. Speaker, is the health sector. Many of our national hospitals, even the local hospitals, have set aside wards of health sectors, have put aside special units, if I can put that word that way, special units to manage the Boda Boda. It is a big concern. Even today, Mr. Speaker, when I was coming to this honorable house, there was an accident at Kasalani, and a body was lying there. And this is happening everywhere and anywhere in this country, and actually even in, the entire region. Kenya now being an orderly country, Mr. Speaker, it's our time to come up with the regulations, come up with the modalities, come up with the systems, and even come up with like vocational training for the same. Because if the government does not take a stand on this, I don't know who will do. Mr. Speaker, rather than just talking and leaving the matter open, I have tried to look on how maybe other people are doing it. And a good case study, Mr. Speaker, is Rwanda. Although Rwanda population is not like ours, they have come up with the regulations which are able to create some order or sanity, or as far as Boda Boda and tuk-tuk business on taxis. And remember, Mr. Speaker, I'm concentrating on taxis, whereby people are ferried using these tools and life is lost. Because those old days, these were just for cargo, kind of, but now it's a mode of transport and a mode of communication by the private sector and including the government itself, Mr. Speaker. Because if you look at our chiefs, they have been bought motorbikes. If you look at the Kenya Power, which is a government sector, they are using motorbikes and the like. So it's something which is here to stay and here to work with ourselves. So I have noted, Mr. Speaker, in some localities, like the county government level, they have come up with what I would call circles, whereby the motorbikes sector in that region are made to be in a circle where there can be control, especially because of insecurity. You know, Mr. Speaker, the same motorbikes, apart from accident, they are also being used for other bad things, especially ferrying illicit brews, and also this hard drug, Mr. Speaker, because these small tools can close everywhere in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, in other words, there are some modalities or measures which can be taken and lead to what I would call sanity or control. Mr. Speaker, long ago, there were times whereby the government could use different number plates to identify or even to control the movement of vehicles and even understanding who is where and what is this person doing. I don't want to dwell on maybe coming up with number plates alone, but it can also lead to order, especially through circle, because if you put numbers which can lead to identifying the movement and the behavior of the tuk-tuk riders and motorcycle riders, I think we can be leading to what I'd call a happy ending. Mr. Speaker, not forgetting that the economy also needs to grow, and we need to work with everybody in the same economy. And if you go to the growth of the same economy, Mr. Speaker, it's also good to note that with the consumption of petroleum and maybe gas, the same border is put like at an average of 300 shillings per day to the exchequer. And if you convert this to tax, the data shows that about 60 billion annually revenue can come from, or it's coming, or the government is generating about 60 billion from border and tuk-tuk sector as a revenue. And instead of losing this revenue, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a high time we come to what I would call order, whereby the sector can be learned professionally. How can this be learned professionally? Mr. Speaker, it's for this government and us to come up with new and better regulations, real-time regulations, which can adhere to the happening of the day, and even be submitted all the way down to the county level, where now in totality we can have a total control, and this now become a better or favorable income generating procedure, especially as far as these young people are concerned. Mr. Speaker, I think also because of lack of employment, our students after class Form 4, they just rush to Boda, where they can get earning for their livelihood. But if the national government, Mr. Speaker, can come up with maybe a vocational center in the entire county, may it be started by county at county level, whereby each and every county we can come up with a vocational center where our boda riders can undertake short courses which can improve the standard of usage of the same machine. Mr. Speaker, that one can lead to a positive growth. Then, at the same time, we need also to come up with the workshops at the county level, because even maintaining and managing these borders, Mr. Speaker, is leading to high level of accidents. Even if a rider is a good rider, and then the motorbike is not repaired promptly or regularly, then the same can also lead to this manner of accident and bad behavior. Mr. Speaker, it has become a culture of riding motorbikes, so the culture is not going away. It is for us as the government to come up with new regulations which can manage the same. Mr. Speaker, because I know maybe there are members who would wish to share or contribute on this, I want to stop there and maybe request Honorable Haika, the Chair, Diaspora and Immigrant Workers, second. Thank you.
Honorable Haika.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I stand to support the amendment as proposed by Honorable Member, and I want to second.
Honorable members, I wish to propose that the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill number 43 of 2022 be read a second time. I'll give the first bite to the cherry to the Honorable Member for Embakasi. South Honorable cannot see the card here. Honorable Mwade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to also give my support for the NTSA amendment bill, bill number 43 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, there is need to regulate the issues of transport in the country. And especially the issue of border is given and indicated by the mover. The issue of border need a little bit more regulations, because you'll find sometimes there's need for training before they are actually given the license to ride. Just like we have driver's license, we should make sure that we have a border license before the border operators are allowed to operate. Also, the enforcement on helmet has nowadays fizzled away. As it's not as it was in around the year 2020 when it was being enforced. But as we look to clamp down on these regulations, they also need to consider that the border industry is a very important industry, because a lot of our youth nowadays are earning their living through the being border riders. So there's huge, because of the huge unemployment amongst our youth, this is a good gap filler. Rather, the border riders are able to fill the gap by sourcing, or rather getting their own source of income by being border riders. So yes, I support the bill, but also let's consider on ways to assist the border riders. We should establish a fund to assist the border riders for down payment, and then the balance can be paid in approximately maybe 6 to 8 months later. That will continue to help our youth in creating employment. With those few, I wish to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mawathe. The Honorable Mary Maingi, member for Mwea. She's not in. The Honorable Mary Maingi has stepped out. The Honorable Beatrice Kemei, member for Kericho County. The Honorable Ken Chonga, member for Kilifi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity on this bill. Madam Speaker, history will tell us how important the border sector is. If you could recall, like some 30 years ago, sometimes it used to take the whole day for a public service vehicle to be available for communication for road users. And life by then, Madam Speaker, was very horrible. At times, if you miss the bus in the morning, you have to wait until the following day. That's when now you may be able to do your journey. Things have changed, but these things have changed for both better and worse. As I was listening keenly to the move of this bill, it really took me down to where I come from and look at the situation the way it is. Indeed, there is all the need, there is all the reason why this sector needs to be moderated, irrespective of all the good that it has brought to the country. Well, we have heard, even our former president last year came out openly to elect this sector of border sector on how much income generating it is making to the country and how it is contributing to the GDP. That is all good. But at the same time, so many things have really gone out of place. It's an industry that one can actually train in one day and ride the same day. Not taking cognizant of the consequences of any ill that may come a long way by riding a motorbike without knowing the regulations that the transporter require. As the mover said, Madam Speaker, within the East African region, we know this is a reliable mode of transport. But in some countries, things are done differently. I've actually been watching with dismay a border carrying 4 people when it is meant to carry 1 person. Honestly, that is a disaster that is in making, implying, therefore, something somewhere is not being done right. In Rwanda, for instance, Madam Speaker, a border will never and shall never carry more than one person. A boda rider must have a helmet. And the passenger being carried must have a helmet. A boda is not an exclusion to observing the traffic laws. When the lights are red, all PSV, all vehicles actually, all mobiles need to stop. But what is happening in Kenya? You find the lights are red, still the rider goes on. Then he meets an oncoming vehicle, accident happens. What kind of regulations are there to moderate this? Day in, day out, the numbers of motor riders is increasing. Yet, the modalities under which we can put this sector in control are not there. I'm not saying that the motor sector should be shut down. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, here, we need to come up with a proper mechanism. Because if it is possible in Rwanda, I am very sure it is equally possible in Kenya. Most of the boda riders are young people. These are the generations, this is the generation that we expect tomorrow to be able to move this economy to a second level. Go to the Coast General Hospital, you'll find there is a separate ward that has been, there's a ward that has been actually with maintaining accident, passenger accidents. I don't know where I should put it. Rather, there is a special ward to take care of boda riders who get accident. Go to Kilifi, the story is the same. You come to Kenyatta, the story is the same. And for how long shall we sit and watch our young men and women actually die? The concern comes here, and I think this bill is so timely to save the generation to come. Put proper structures. If possible, there should be demarcated areas where the boda riders should be riding to avoid loss of lives, to avoid accidents, and also even to avoid injuring the other parties who may not be party to this accident. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this bill.
Very well, member for Kilifi South. I can see an intervention by the Honorable Mawathe, member for Embakasi South. What is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize and acknowledge the presence of Ruben Primary from Embakasi South constituency in the gallery, led by the head teacher, Madam Nancy Motai. Thank you. And these are the leaders that are elected in Ruben Primary, the student leaders within the school. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mawathe, I know that you have recognized a school from your constituency, but be informed that they had already been recognized by the Speaker. Let's proceed, honorable members. The Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, member from Mbeere North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this amendment bill. The transport sector in the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker, need a lot of, streamlining so that it can take care of the emerging issues. The economy is growing, the population is growing, and Madam Speaker, there's no law that is retrogressive. Law must be progressive, and it must be progressive in terms of the changes which are happening within the society, and more so the changes which are happening within the transport sector of the Republic of Kenya. As mentioned within the articulation of the honorable member, the border sector has grown, and it is huge in each and every constituency in the Republic of Kenya, and this needs to be well regulated by a well-thought law. And this has come at a time when the NTSA and other related supporting sectors need to be relooked in a proper manner. Madam Speaker,
the NTSA plays a very critical role. And it is well placed within the Ministry of Interior, as it is opposed. Many would think that it should be placed within the Ministry of Transport, and it is placed within the Ministry of Interior because of its critical, the critical factors, or the critical essence, the critical role that it plays to facilitate the economy. So, Madam Speaker, I support this amendment and urge the entire House to fully support so that we can regulate this sector in the most appropriate manner, but also to look at the emissions, more probably in the future amendment, the emissions which are affecting our environment. And these emissions come as a result of huge, many vehicles and many engines which probably are not very, very well calibrated and don't meet the required standard, and end up emitting huge amount of carbon into the environment from the transport sector. This is something which can be looked at in the future amendment of the same act. I support, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ruku. Now, the next one is the Honorable Innocent Mugambe, member for Lukuyani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wish to support the amendment motion by saying that the border sector in the country should be looked at as part and parcel of the transport system. For a very long time, people, or rather, we've been dehumanizing this sector, but it is indeed an important sector in terms of transport, of movement of people and goods in the country. Many parts of this country, Madam Speaker, have very poor road network, a very inefficient transport system, and the people who come in to aid in moving people and goods in such areas are the borders. And we must give credit to this. In 2008, when the import duty on these motorcycles that are below 250cc were given, they would come in the country with duty-free import. But despite it helping in aiding the transport sector in the country, it is also maligned with a number of issues because of lack of proper policy, proper policy and regulation framework in the sector. In the border sector, we've seen gangs taking advantage of the ease of movement of borders to rob people. We've seen them being unruly. We've seen people riding borders without licenses. We've seen people giving their children motorcycles to drive, and this has led to a lot of losses of life and other societal menace. In 2019, in NTSA report, we saw that the deaths from borders were actually more than deaths that came from motor vehicles, drivers, and their passengers. So this basically calls for a total paradigm shift on how the structure and management of the border sector is handled in this country. This calls for policy shifts to address the problems and challenges that are brought about by the border sector in order, one, to save lives of the riders and the passengers. Number two, to create harmony and proper structures in the sector, and to allow our young people and other investors in the sector to benefit from it. But this, to me, as I would like to support the mover that NTSA should work this in close collaboration with county governments because of the sheer numbers of borders, because of their proximity to access county offices, such that the counties will also play a big role in terms of regulating the border sector. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Samburu County, Honorable Pauline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Lengoris.
Lengoris is my name. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute on the motion of amendment that is in the floor of this House. And I want to thank the member for bringing up this issue, because I think the border issue is an issue that has affected the whole of this country. We also understand that the border sector is a very important sector in the economy of our country, particularly in the area where I come from. We have a lot of challenges with the road networks, and most of places are impassable with the vehicles, and the border has come as a relief to most of the residents of Samburu County. So this is a very important sector to particularly people of the northern Kenya who have a very bad road networks. The border sector is also very important because it has created a lot of employment to majority of our youths who could have been staying idle at home and doing nothing. So most of the youths who are unemployed have engaged into the sector, and they have become, the sector has become their daily bread. They feed their families through the border sector. They also educate their children through the border sector, and it has created employment to most of them. And we thank this sector for allowing them to engage into this kind of work. It has also, the border sector has also brought a lot of revenue, especially to the counties and even to the national government, because they are also paying the levies, and they have also contributed to the growth of the economy of our country. Madam Speaker, there are challenges that are associated with the border sector in this country. It is true that we have experienced a lot of accidents caused by the border, because we feel that there is a lot that needs to be done to regulate the border sector and the transport sector in general. Because I think most of the border riders just buy the border and go to the road without even understanding the road signs and also the rules that are pertaining to the kind of business that they engaged in. So we call upon the transport sector to try and regulate this kind of transport, because we have experienced a lot of accidents. You go to most of our hospitals, as has been raised by the mover of this motion, most of the accidents are caused by the borders, and we have also lost a lot of lives of the young people. So I will agree with our members here that a lot needs to be done. It's a very important sector to all of us, and it needs, a lot needs to be done by the Transport Ministry together with NTSA, because the border riders need to be educated, they need to be guided, they need to be supported with the trainings, they need to be shown on, and to be safe, and also to be safe on the passengers that they are carrying. So I stand up to support this motion and request that we should move on to regulate this important sector, such that our people will be educated, they will be supported, they will be trained, and they will be shown on how to engage into the business safely to reduce on the kind of accidents that we are currently experiencing. Madam Speaker, we have also experienced a lot of harassment because we engage ourselves as members of parliament, because we represent people. the members of the transport sector, especially the border riders, have also been harassed so much by the police because of corruption. The little they get from the work they do, much of it goes to the police because of the corruption that we experience on our roads. So, Madam Speaker, together with the amendments that we are bringing to this motion, I think the transport sector need to get the police out of the corruption they are engaging right now, so that they will do their work without interfering with the little.
Please try to trace the Honorable Member for Narok North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice on the amendments of this bill and to support the mover and to thank him for thinking about our youth. And the border sector is a very important sector and it needs to be supported. Therefore, I support the amendment by the NTSA to make sure that they put the regulations to make sure that these young men or our youth are comfortable as they carry on with their activities, because that is the only source of livelihood that they have. And as Parliament, we know that these young people are our supporters, they vote for us, and we need to make sure that they are also comfortable when they are carrying on with the work that they do. And it's important for us to make sure that, for NTSA to make sure that these young men are trained so that they can have helmets to make sure that the rider and the passengers are safe, and also be supported to make sure that these young men have some shelter wherever they work, because this is another form of being employed, and that's how they earn their living. And you remember when we are doing our politics, we always promise them that we will protect them, we will make sure that they are comfortable, and the only way that we can make sure that they are comfortable is by making sure that these orders, regulations are there to protect them so that they can also carry on with their work comfortably. And also, I would urge the police to give these young men an opportunity to look for an earning, because that is the only way they can support their families and their children, because they harass them. It's like when you look at that business, people look at it like it is a business that is not genuine. Yet, when you are in a hurry, you sometimes even tell your bodyguard, please, can you rush using a border to where we want, or deliver this message to whoever it's going to be delivered to. So we need to take it seriously, and we need to support it to make sure that they get their licenses, they are helped to get their licenses and supported, and to make sure that they have helmets, to make sure that they also have shelter. And the government should chip in to make sure that these people are trained, so that they don't just buy a border and then the next day they are there riding it, yet they don't even know the laws that they are supposed to follow as they ride their borders. So I stand to support the amendments and also thank the mover for bringing this very important discussions here so that we can chip in and support our youth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Cecilia Gitit, member for Turkana County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion and congratulate the mover. Madam Speaker, border sector is a necessary evil to all of us, and more specifically to the northern Kenya, as well put by my colleague from Samburu, where there are no roads. Border remains our ambulances. They remain our best mode of transport because most of our roads are impassable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, border sector has contributed a lot to our economy, and it has created jobs to the young people of this nation. Madam Speaker, at this moment when fuel prices are very high, motorbikes remain the best mode of transport because their fuel consumption is low and they are cost effective, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, considering all that, the border sector faces various challenges. One challenge is the failure by the NTSA to train the border riders, Madam Speaker. These people just buy these motorbikes, they go into the roads without knowing the road uses, the safety measures on the road, and all that pertains road use. And this accounts to the high number of accidents we witness in our country, Madam Speaker. The border riders are also facing exploitation by the police, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the border riders are also facing exploitation by the owner of the motorbikes. If you look at the arrangements these people get these motorbikes, some of them you will have to pity them. You find that a owner of the bicycle gives a young boy the bike, then at the end of the day, the owner of the bike has to be given, let's say 500 shillings, Madam Speaker. And now that the borders are many in these stages, transport stages, you find that at the end of the day, the young man has not made even a single shilling, but at the end of the day, he has to give the owner of the bike 500 shillings at the end of the day. So it is a challenge, Madam Speaker. The other exploitation these people are facing, Madam Speaker, is exploitation by the credit facility firms. There are these firms that are giving border the bikes so that they are paid maybe on weekly basis. And looking at the difficulty we are going through now, the economic hard times, Madam Speaker, the border riders are not making good money to enable them pay these firms that are giving them these bikes on credit. So you find that, Madam Speaker, most of them can service a loan, and then when it has remained very little amount, as little as 2,000 shillings, the firm comes and repossesses the bike. Yet someone has already serviced the bike, paid around 180,000, and it is repossessed for failing to pay only 2,000 shillings. Madam Speaker, there are many regulations that this August House should consider so that we cushion our young people from exploitation of this nature, Madam Speaker. I therefore support this motion that NTSA should really look into this matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Turkana. The Honorable Kamene, Member for Machakos County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this amendment bill. Madam Speaker, we are all aware that the border industry plays a huge role in the transport sector in this country. This sector has mushroomed in the last couple of years in a very dynamic way, of which, when we look at it, we can say the government was not prepared for this kind of mushrooming. And that is why, at a time like this, proper planning is really needed so that to bring this sector into order. In fact, the NTSA ought to sit down with the Ministry of Roads to ensure that these borders are given their lane when it comes to the road, because it's like they are taken for granted, and they have to squeeze themselves as they maneuver to transport people from one station to another. And also, when it comes to the health, to their health, insurance has to be considered, and they have to be given nice and friendly packages that will make them, when they get accidents, that they are able to receive treatment well. This sector is serving a great role in our transport because it has created employment for our youth. It has also helped this business to thrive in a special way. The hustlers, or let's say the low income generating, and especially the market women that go to Sokos early in the morning, this sector really plays a big role. And it is high time also the police force gives this sector the respect, and they ought to work together to ensure that the border sector gets its face the way it is required, because it's like they are somehow taken for granted. And we know this is a sector that is very dear to this country. I support the amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Wajir North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I contribute to the debate, I would wish to bring to your attention that catching the Speaker's eye has become a serious challenge for members of Parliament. We have to do so electronically, but at times you will meet that the challenges keep on going, and those who are on top are least considered. This is just for your attention.
Honorable member, you are completely out of order. You are out of order totally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But honestly, it is in our rules. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the motion, I really agree with the intent and purpose of the amendment by my colleague. The motorcycle sector is of immense importance to this economy, but it has not been regulated, not because there are no laws sufficient enough to do the regulation, but I believe that is an oversight on the part of the agencies concerned. The NTCA Act being amended, 43 of 2022, Mr. Speaker, must be read with the Traffic Act. Indeed, the motorcycle, whether it is 3-cycle or 2-cycle, is a motor vehicle. That means it comes under the purview of the Traffic Act, and it is so defined very well. It is mechanically propelled vehicle. So it should be well understood that when we are seeking this amendment, it is read alongside other statutes that are in existence, and we only improve on what exists than bringing conflicts between different statutes. However, the motorcycle sector has been growing immensely. It has provided jobs, employments, swift transports, more so in unmotorable roads, Mr. Speaker. However, it has had serious challenges. There was lack of training, there is lack of licensing and regulation on the part of NTSA. For me, there is no lacuna in law. It is sleeping on the job on the part of NTSA. Why we always drag in the police for corruption? It is because they are not licensed, they don't seek training, they don't follow the laid down procedures, Mr. Speaker. From where I come from, it only goes for a camel to acquire a motorcycle. And you are on the road the next hour, immaterial of whether there is a police officer. They don't know because of the illiteracy rate. They don't know that there are regulations that one has to conform to. So it is an issue of really an outreach than our limitations on the part of our legislations, Mr. Speaker. This must be well understood. They are numerous. I really agree with actually the intention of the mover to regulate this sector, but it is an issue of implementation, enforcement, than coming up with enforcements as such. Motorcycles have been defined,
actually to an extent that a motorcycle is a public service vehicle, if you look at the definitions that precede the Traffic Act. It is not a matatu, it is not a motor car, it is a motorcycle, yet a motor vehicle, and yet can carry passenger, but to a limit. This should be very clear in the minds of, before we contribute. However, Mr. Speaker, I think what we need is coordination. The fact that the mover has alluded...
What is out of order? You are carrying your hands up. Okay, go ahead.
One important aspect the mover has alluded to, the fact that we must have coordination between county governments and NTSA on the part of the national government, will create more chaos to an already chaotic sector, Mr. Speaker, in my view. We should have one national inventory, one national system to supervise, regulate, license this sector, in my view. I can't see why Wajir should have a different plate for its motorcycles, different from Kiambu. Of late, the motorcycles, as much as they are important to the economy, they have also been serious contributors to crime in this nation. They are being used to traffic human beings, mostly aliens. They are being used to traffic drugs from Ethiopia. They are being used to traffic weapons, arms that are being used in the cattle rustling, more so in the North Rift and the Isiolo regions. They are a menace for sure, a nuisance. That doesn't mean that we are deficient of laws. All we need, do we really enforce our laws as we pass in this House? With those few clarifications, mine is to say that the sector is very important, yet laden with a lot of risks. The risk of owning a motorcycle, the risks that they contribute to the crime in this country. In Wajir North, where I represent, Mr. Speaker, it is on the Ethiopian border. Motorcycles are used to bring in cannabis sativas up to Nairobi, using unmotorable roads. They are used to bring aliens to the city of Nairobi. Motorcycles are used to transport guns that are being used in cattle rustling in Rift Valley. Actually, the government should invest on our borders. On our borders, if we are to maintain cattle rustling in North Rift, because we are the ones, these motorcycles are the ones that provide the weapons that are being used to kill, maim, break bones, and actually kill people in North Rift. Yes, I do appreciate the sector is important. I don't stand and agitate for its abolishment. However, it requires stringent, thorough, tough regulations. And the regulations do exist. It is just calling upon the NTSA to do its part. It's like they are sleeping on the job. They are not doing their work. The laws are there. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the intent and purpose of the amendment, but I could kindly seek your guidance to make sure that it is read with existing laws before we make amendments. Thank you.
Well said, Honorable Sane. This chance goes to the member for Runyanjes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I wish to support this amendment because the border industry and the three-wheeled industry is an industry that is accommodating very many young people since the introduction of these borders during Kibaki time. Mr. Speaker, we will all admit that thousands, hundreds of thousands of young people are into this business, trying to earn a living, trying to educate their children, through the income that they get from this industry. And so there is need to regulate to ensure that NTSA comes up with the regulations that will ensure that this sector is streamlined. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to most of the young people who are in this industry, they'll tell you that they are harassed so much by the police. And this happens mainly due to sometimes lack of these regulations and the enforcement of the existing ones. So we need to cause and to push NTSA to come up with ways of regulating this industry, because it is likely that in the coming years, Mr. Speaker, we will have so many people in this industry, in this business, because we believe it contributes so much to the creation of jobs. Mr. Speaker, most of us have been out there in the Western countries, and even in some of the African countries, and you will see how orderly this industry is in some other countries, and for example, Rwanda. And this is because of the regulations that are there and the enforcement of the same. So NTSA has a duty to do to come up with more regulations so that we can cushion these people from the harassment they get from the police. And also, in the same spirit, Mr. Speaker, cushion the border from the exploitation, like it has been said by one of the honorable members here, whereby a young person who is trying to find something to do will go and borrow a border for 100,000 or so, maybe around 120,000, and they end up paying up to 250,000 for a motorcycle that they borrowed at 120. Yeah, so more than half of the cost of the border goes to some of these institutions that are giving credit to our young people. So, Mr. Speaker, very soon I'll be coming up with an amendment that will seek to caution these young people who are in the border industry from the exploitation from the institutions that are offering this credit. You fail to pay for the border, or you delay in paying the installment, they come and collect your border, then go and sell it, and you're left with nothing, yet you already coughed so much money in an effort to buy or to acquire a motorcycle. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Bonchari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this very important proposed amendment. The border subsector is very important in the economy because of its contribution in transportation of people. You look around the country, as a matter of fact, in the region, you find that the only mode of transport that is left is border. And on top of that, it has created employment for many people who otherwise would go without food on their tables. However, there are challenges that face this sector, very important sector, as I've already said. The fact that many of the riders are not trained and they cause accidents. You go to any county hospital, you go to any health center in the countryside, most of the patients are because of accidents caused by border riders. Therefore, in as much as we want to support them, let's also be careful so that we don't end up over-regulating this sector, because what's proposed here are two layers of regulation, one by the NTSA and by the county governments. And when you over-regulate a sector, there's the risk of associated costs, like the taxes, that NTSA will inevitably levy on these, the riders. The county governments will levy another set of taxes. And as it is now, many riders, particularly I come from in Bonchari, they are not able to operate because it's become very expensive the cost of fuel is very high, and many of them are parked their motorbikes. So let's be careful so that we don't add more problems to a sector that is already struggling and over-regulating it. Mr. Speaker, too, as we discuss this further, let's be cognizant that there are other laws that are in place. Have we used them properly to their full extent that we are asking for this amendment? So that if we are saying that NTCA comes in to regulate this sector, it is in itself giving the NTCA absolute powers for regulating this sector without reference to Parliament, like is the practice that any regulating, anybody that is making regulations makes reference to Parliament to the delegated legislation committee. So let's be careful with the wording of this amendment so that we don't take away that power in Parliament, and NTCA and any other entity that is involved in the regulation runs away from Parliament. I'm a member of the delegated legislation committee, and some of the problems we encounter are that these bodies that make regulations sometimes want to avoid Parliament, and they go ahead and make the regulations and publish them and start using them. So this could be an avenue for such bodies making regulations without reference to Parliament, and therefore taking away the role of making laws from Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Bureti.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member of the Transport Committee.
Just a minute. Honorable Member for Kwanza, you are completely out of order. You can't keep on putting pressure on me to give you a chance to speak, and you are not even on the queue. It's not the way it's done. That's not the way it's done. Go on, Member for Bureti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wanted to respond also on behalf of the committee. First, I would want to acknowledge the amendments that are being proposed by Honorable Simon Kingara, MP for Ruiru constituency, on the matter that is before us this afternoon. Importantly is that the committee wish to let the House know that we are in support of all the proposals, that the reforms being proposed on the border sector, and also the proposals that are to enforce compliance and enhance safety within the sector. Personally, I am of the opinion that there is so much chaos within the border sector that needs to be relooked, that invites us to relook at all the laws and regulations that govern the border sector. Mr. Speaker, Section 4.2a of the NTSA Act empowers the authority to undertake the registration of all motor vehicles. So the actual question about registration of two-wheeler or three-wheeler motorcycles or any other vehicle that are there has been provided for. It's also the view of the committee, having listened to Honorable Kingara and having listened to the Ministry of Transport through the PS Transport, having listened also to other stakeholders, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, that we thought that the amendments being proposed are already provided for within the NTSA Act. On the question of registration of motor vehicles and also registrations of two-wheeler or three-wheeler motorcycle taxis within the counties, it should be remembered, Mr. Speaker, that registration is a national function, and therefore to be able to co-share this function with the county governments may actually need that we amend our constitution so that we may be able to have those two share. The question actually that was being addressed here, Mr. Chair, is perhaps the introduction of how to share information between the county governments and the national governments, in particular to the registration of taxis and also the vehicles within the counties. Furthermore, the licensing of motorcycles, taxis, is already provided for under the regulations, hence no need to introduce amendments to the NTSA Act. And that the issue of registration of motorcycles by regions as proposed by Honorable Kingara, will go against the established UN conventions on road traffic. The Road Traffic Convention of 1968, which Kenya is a party to, provides for recognition of national and not regional licenses. And thus the amendment would therefore be in conflict with these statutes that, that the country has entered into. Secondly, third, actually, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of public service vehicle badges and also the management of the SACCOs as intimated by the honorable member may be something that we may be able to pursue within the current provisions of the Act. There were also some proposals by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers about the simplicity by which we can be able to effect these changes or these proposals within the industry, the transport industry. Mr. Speaker, when we met the transport minister through the permanent secretary, they actually informed the committee that there were broader, more elaborate proposals that they had on the safety, on the running of SACCOs, on the management of the whole transport sector, and in particular, border sector, to be able to bring back sanity and to be able to make sure that they are compliant and also avoid the harassment. The whole question of the cost of borders, the whole question of empowering the borders, the whole question of actually the hustler movement, and a part of it also are being looked at by the ministry. Therefore, the committee observed as follows, Mr. Speaker, that the proposed amendments in the bill, as formulated by the honorable member, were already provided for in the National Transport and Safety Authority Act of number 33 of 2012. Further, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, the National Assembly Bills of number 43 of 2022, emanated from the issues of laxity in implementation, compliance, and enforcement of the existing law and regulations, that the law is clear, the law is adequate, that there is actually no lacuna within our laws to be able to implement these things. It's a call upon actually the Ministry of Interior to be able to see to it that these laws are properly implemented in consultation with the riders and the relevant county governments within which they operate, to be able to facilitate the smooth flow and also the question of sanity within the sector. The NTSA Operations Motor Vehicles Amendment Regulation 2022 provide for the licensing of motor vehicle taxis by the county governments. In March 2022, and as you may be aware, actually, Mr. Speaker, the government launched a national registration process of processing of 2- and 3-wheeler public service motor vehicles, and the same is to be done within the NTSA portal. There are in existence regulations formulated in 2015 that provide for the motorcycles should have a third-party insurance, PSV, the riders have valid driving licenses, and the operators be registered members of the SACCO. Having considered the bill and taken into account, the committee therefore was of the view and recommends as follows: that the House rejects the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill and National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2022 in its entirety, and actually the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport should review the National Transport and Safety Authority Operations of Motor Vehicles Amendment Regulations 2022 to be able to take care of the issues that were raised by...
Honorable Komingoi, I notice you are reading...
I'm not reading, actually, I'm actually contributing, referring to the notes, sir. Yes. So that we can be able to have the issues that have been raised. Because the whole question, actually, Honorable Kingara was raising up is on only 3 items. 1, registration and compliance.
recently conducted research to identify high-risk regions, define heat thresholds, and initiate a protocol to operationalize heatwave early warning in Kenya for early action and for purposes of informing adaptation strategies. This analysis showed that recently identified extreme heat events occurred in Kenya in March 2016, April to May 2019, March 2020, and February of 2021. The extreme episode of March 2016 lasted for at least 7 days, with impacts including increases in admission in hospitals in the cities of Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa. Another study carried out in 2022 identified extreme heat events of 1991, 2005, and 2012 over Nairobi, Tana River, and Turkana counties, respectively. And most heat events recorded in the selected counties were observed to begin around the months of February to March. The study concluded that owing to the established direct relation between extreme heat events and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease prevalence, the observed events ranging from normal to very extreme have had a great negative impact on human respiratory health. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to inform the House on the link between climate change, heat waves, and drought, also known as climate change, heat waves, drought nexus. The impacts of recurrent droughts in arid and semi-arid regions of Kenya continue to worsen, with significant impacts on lives, health, losses in livestock and livelihoods. And it is highly likely that droughts are coupled with heat in these regions, are increasing trends in temperatures have been observed in recent times. Mr. Speaker, sir, these issues highlighted do compound dry events, heat waves, and droughts, and they change dramatically under global warming, but have never been systematically studied in Kenya. However, it is feasible to state that the livestock deaths associated with long drought were spurred by extreme heat stress on the animals brought out by heat extremes, high evaporative demand that results in low soil moisture and decreased surface water availability. The need to understand the compounding risk posed by the combined effects of droughts and extreme heat events, especially in arid and semi-arid areas of Kenya, is dire. Mr. Speaker, extreme heat events interact with other factors such as exposure and vulnerability and inadequate adaptive capacity, resulting in greater impacts. The associated impacts of extreme heat events on livestock are negative psychological effects of heat stress on animals' metabolism and productivity, and indirectly via increased disease burden, reduced water availability, and inadequate pasture. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the question, to provide the status of records maintained on critical heat wave events experienced in the country, and to clarify whether such records have been used to provide disaster warning, I will say, Mr. Speaker, that the World Meteorological Organization concluded that the past 8 years were the warmest on record globally, fueled by ever-rising greenhouse gas concentrations, accumulated heat, according to 6 consolidated international temperature data sets. Mr. Speaker, the year 2022 was the 8th consecutive year between 2015 and 2022 that annual global temperatures have reached at least 1% above the pre-industrial levels. And in view of this, Kenya started monitoring heat waves from 2022. This monitoring was likewise spurred on by an analysis done in the generation of the annual state of the climate document, which is annexed in this presentation, Mr. Speaker. And in the initial analysis carried out, examined daily data from 1991 to date and identified the following thresholds for issuing heat health alert warnings in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa respectively, based on the historical data record. And the thresholds for Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, is that the daily maximum of 32 plus for 3 or more days then would account for a heat wave. In Kisumu, a daily maximum of 37 plus degrees Celsius for 3 or more days would equally be the threshold. And in Mombasa, a daily maximum of 36 plus for 3 or more days would also form the threshold. These heat waves identified in the historical record are all documented as described in the above section with regard to the 3 counties. As previously outlined in the KMD, KMD is working on expanding the threshold to cover many other regions in the country, which would eventually then speak to the adaptation measures required. Additional research and studies are crucial, Mr. Speaker, to determine the impacts of heat waves and other climate change phenomena on livelihoods in Kenya. In its seasonal forecast, the Meteorological Department of Kenya incorporates temperature forecasts for various parts of the country, and these serve to prepare stakeholders and the public for either high or low temperatures during the seasons. Mr. Speaker, on the 4th question, which is the measures the ministry is taking to mitigate the impacts of heat waves on human health and livestock in the country. Mr. Speaker, in arid and semi-arid regions of Kenya and in Africa at large, livestock species, particularly sheep, goats, and cattle, are typically a major source of livelihood and survival and source of food, and may be converted to cash. It supports livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. And with the change in the heat seasons, there is increased vulnerability. This therefore calls for an urgent need to develop effective adaptation strategies, including increased uptake of emerging technology, such as the Zai pits, which are planting pits that provide water-efficient farming technology and are often used in arid and semi-arid areas to maximize water utilization by crops. Mr. Speaker, on the part of the ministry, several measures to mitigate the effects of heat waves on both human and livestock in Kenya have gone into place. The first is that Kenya Met Department has adopted the Common Alerting Protocol, standard developed by the World Meteorological Organization, to issue early warnings on the onset of events such as floods and strong marine waves, which then provide advisories for the affected communities, be it fishermen, pastoralists, and other communities. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the KMD is in the process of implementing and operationalizing impact-based forecasting, which will serve to support evidence-based decision-making for extreme weather events, such as heat waves, both in advisory form as well as in updates and forecasts. And together with other sectors, including water, energy, health, and disaster reduction, KMD is developing thresholds of weather and climate variables to trigger response and action. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is currently developing the National Climate Change Action Plan, which includes adaptation and mitigation strategies that respond to various impacts with regard to heat increases. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, is the partnership that the meteorological department is involved with Resurgence, a development partner, on a project called Daraja, where there is regular issuance of temperature forecasts, including warnings for informal settlements. And examples have been developed for Kibra and Madare based on collaborative thresholds on collaboration. These thresholds are disseminated via text messages to communities and also radios such as Pamoja FM. And the focus emanates from the fact that these informal settlements are largely impacted disproportionately by extreme heat conditions. Mr. Speaker,
Wind up.
The fifth intervention, Honorable Speaker, is that the ministry is in the process of modernizing the Kenya Meteorological Department infrastructure so that the department will be in a position to better monitor weather events. And this improved monitoring network will be the basis for development of local scale threshold to detect extreme heat episodes for early warning. And at the opportune time, Honorable Speaker, we shall be reaching out through the relevant committee of this House for the support of the House to actually help modernize and fully equip our meteorological department by turning it into a semi-autonomous government agency that can stand on its feet to respond to the need for scientific-based approaches to early warning systems for us to alleviate the effects of heat waves and other such impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is one of the biggest needs within the KMD that I know will specifically be followed through the House of Parliament. In terms of recommendations, Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm just about to finish. There is immediate need for measures to be put into place to cushion Kenya from heat waves, and one of which is to support the modernization of the Kenya Meteorological Department. And also, through this information needs to go out to our hospital managers and medical practitioners to pay particular attention to the effects of heat waves on Kenyans. And finally, Mr. Speaker, for the hardest hit regions of northern Kenya, the need to take up specific distress, including planting, planting, increased respiration rate, increased water intake, so that people can then get the necessary help. With those presentations, Mr. Speaker, I conclude. Thank you.
Member to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think I am satisfied. Thank you, the Honorable. Thank you, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If you are satisfied, the story ends there. Thank you very much. Minister will release you. Call in the next minister. Thank you very much. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Taita Mauche Secondary School from Njoro, Nakuru, Kisumu University's Students Association from Kisumu, and in the public gallery, Makuma High School from Mara in Taraka, Jack Ridge School from Ruiru, Kiambu, and Samoei Boys School from Nandi Hills, Nandi. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the students and their teachers to Parliament. The Honorable Minister for Roads and Transport Sergeant, is the minister in the building?
Yes.
The first question by the Honorable Joyce Kamene. She has requested, what is this? Yes. Is she here? Okay. Is Joyce Kamene in? Yes.
There was the one.
Minister for Roads and Transport, welcome to the House of Parliament. Joyce Kamene, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to ask the Cabinet Secretary of Roads and Transport. Question number 018/23. Could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures the Ministry has put in place to provide for pedestrian footbridges along an approximately 2-kilometer stretch of Mombasa Road, especially the crossing at Hilton Garden Inn and the Syokimau Railway Station Nairobi SGR Terminus, and the stretch between Kappa Industries and the Mastermind?
Minister, you have 9 questions, and we must be done with you by 6. By 6. So I want you to give us succinct, short answers pointed to the question. There may be supplementaries that may give you a latitude to wander around, but I want pointed answers to pointed questions. Go ahead and answer the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to appear before this august House to answer these questions. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have 9 questions, but as it shall appear later, I will demonstrate that the 9 questions are subsumed to 3 topics. And therefore, the rest of the issues that are related to pending roads can be collapsed and answered together. Mr. Speaker, on this particular question, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to appreciate the Honourable Member for this question, Honourable Joyce Kamene, and to note for the good of the House that indeed we have a challenge in the country when dealing with matters related or touching on pedestrians. Statistics from NTSA, Mr. Speaker, show that we lost 1,383 persons who are pedestrians, 1,557 and 1,682 in the years 2020, 2021, and 2022 respectively. It is, Mr. Speaker, saddening that we continue losing lives as a result of lack of infrastructure and sometimes recklessness on the road. The reasons are because of inadequate facilities for non-motorized traffic, including cycling and footpaths. In this case, the Ministry has prioritized incorporation of non-motorized transport as part of national transport policy. All new roads now, Mr. Speaker, being constructed will have in place footbridges, cycling paths, and footpaths. Under Kura, already, Mr. Speaker, 300 kilometers of footpaths have been done in the last 5 years. 12 footbridges have been built, 8 of them being in Outer Ring Road here in Nairobi, and others spread in an identified location across Nairobi City. There is a policy to ensure road furniture and road markings. Road furniture, Mr. Speaker, the signage and the material used to protect road users are in good condition, and where traffic calming measures are used, that they are compliant with stipulated standards. The division of the ministry concerned with road standards is working with all road agencies to enforce approved configuration of bumps in the entire country. However, of great concern is the issue of pedestrians not using the footbridges anyway, even after being constructed. And Mr. Speaker, we've witnessed a lot of accidents here in Nairobi, especially in Allsops, Waraka, Outer Ring Road, City Square, and Wayaki Way. Pedestrians have an apparent insatiable appetite to defy the use of footbridges in crossing the roads. This results in the road traffic accidents being higher than they might have been otherwise. It has also compelled the ministry to erect bumps, Mr. Speaker, for example, around where the footbridge is already constructed, for example, the Uhuru Gardens in Nairobi, as a result, disrupting traffic flow. And if you use Langata Road, you know this is a big challenge. Consequently, we are working with road agencies together with NTSA to formulate a new strategy that uses digital cameras to support the enforcement of traffic regulations. We anticipate that in the next few months, we will have started a trial process using traffic cameras, especially in Nairobi, along the northern corridor. On this specific of 3 number of footbridges along Mombasa Road at the following locations, Mr. Speaker. Airtel Building near the Southern bypass interchange, Syokimau Railway Station, Katani, a few meters north of Katani Road Junction. The works are scheduled to commence on 27th of April 2023 with contract completion date of 26th October 2025. This is a 30-month contract period comprising of 18 months completion period and 12 months defects liability period. The contract sum, Mr. Speaker, is 1.2 billion. And 1.2 billion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kamene, are you satisfied? If you are, we go to the next question.
Mr. Speaker, I just want some more clarity, because if I remember very well, there was a public participation that was done before the express highway got started. And it was agreed that there was essence of 5-foot bridges. The population, and because of the public safety in that stretch from Mulolongo to Hilton Garden. And the one which is most critical, the one of Kappa, because Kappa around there are so many industries, and the residential area, people crossing that road. There was one bridge that was supposed to be put there. What happens to that one now?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that during public participation, there were actual requests of more than 5 footbridges. But Mr. Speaker, of course, we work within budgetary constraints. If Honorable Member is, if I got her right, she's suggesting that there was a request for a footbridge around Kappa, around Nation, in the Mlolongo area. And Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the footbridge, the one I have read in Katani, is few meters from where the Honorable Member is mentioning. Of course, it will be a bit of a walk from the exact position where she's saying, but in our consideration, it was important to start with the one in Katani junction there, as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, in the financial constraint we are facing as a country, we've been able to set aside 1.2 billion for this exercise. In the next phase, of course, Mr. Speaker, finances permitting, we shall increase the number of the footbridges. But the Honourable Member's concern is founded on true position presented by the members of public during public participation.
Next question, 072 of 2023.
I have a letter from Honorable Abur nominating Joyce Kamene to ask the question on his behalf.
Yeah, I arise to ask the question 072/2023 on behalf of the Member of Parliament, Honorable Paul Obor, Rango MP, to the Cabinet Secretary, Roads. The first one, explain the circumstances under which construction of the Riosiro Rongo University, Chamgir Wodu Road, has stalled for the last 2 years. The second one, state plans that the ministry has put in place to ensure that the contractor resumes construction of the said road. And number 3, further state the timeline of the completion of the said road.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence. The question from Honorable Abor is similar to other 6 questions, all of which are asking one question: to explain why roads have stalled. Mr. Speaker, if in the interest of time and for the benefit of the members and for good order, you may allow me, I could address the question raised by Honorable John Juguna, which is like the mother question. The mother question in the sense, number 10, Mr. Speaker, asks why all roads have stalled. So that, Mr. Speaker, when I give the global picture...
Hold on, Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
For purposes of parliamentary record, each question must be asked. The only thing we can do is questions on stalled roads. If you have answers, we can have members specifically ask, then you answer.
Yes,
How
Mr.
many members have questions on stalled roads? Let me see. You may take your seat, Minister. Honorable Mulyungi, is your question on stalled roads? You have question 77. It's a stalled road. You may ask the question and sit to await an answer in combination with others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 078/2023.
77 or 78?
77 is not on stored
project.
project.
Okay, fine.
It is different.
Okay.
But the one I'm asking is a stored project.
Okay, ask 78.
Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of total contract sum and the contract period for the construction of Gunenu Road and Nziu Bridge in Kitui County? Mr. Speaker, Gunenu Road is the one which is stored, but Nziu Bridge is not stored. It is ongoing. Number 2, could the CS explain why the construction of the said road and bridge, the said road are stored for such a long time?
You are saying the same road and bridge. And
No, I've clarified, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yes. The bridge is going on.
Okay.
But the road are stored. Yes. Why it has taken such a long period, and state when the projects are expected to be completed. Number 3, clarify whether there were any corporate social responsibility projects provided for the contracts of the two. And if so, provide details and timelines for delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CNN, yours is also on stalled road.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask this question 79 of 2023 to our young and able Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of the remaining section of Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, Bondoni Road, which was being upgraded to bitumen standards and as stored. 2. State when construction of the said road is expected to be completed and the measures that the ministry has put in place to ensure that the project is not abandoned before its completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Peter Masara. Peter Masara, your question is also on a stalled road.
The question is on an installed bridge, Kokende Arombe Bridge in Suna West constituency.
It's not a stalled road. Okay, we'll leave it aside. Gideon Mulyungi.
Mr. Speaker, the other ones are not stored.
Clerk, how did you allocate Gideon Mulyungi 3 questions in one day? The next, in fact, he has 4. Yes. So we'll leave out Gideon 81. We go to 83, another Gideon Mulyungi. Is it on a stalled road?
You can answer, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you can
the
answer
reason, the reason, Mr. Speaker, is I gave these questions at the beginning of this session.
No problem. Just proceed and answer. I didn't ask you anything.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 77/2023 to the CS. Number 1, provide details on the road total contract sum and the contract period for construction of Kalisasi Mumbuni Road, Phase 1 and Phase 2. Indicate when the construction of the Kalisasi Mumbuni Road is expected to be completed. Consider extending the construction of Kalisasi Mumbuni Road to Mumbuni Shopping Center instead of the current terminus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go on to 81.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the CS provide a status report on the use of Nairobi Expressway since its inauguration and how it has improved traffic congestion in the city? Number 2,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask question number 115, 2023 to the Minister. Provide a list of all stored loads projects in the country, enumerating the reasons for the stalling of each of the projects. Question 2, provide details of all pending bills owed to load contractors in the country and explain the measures in place to settle and the status of each of the pending bill. Question 3, explain the measures that the ministry is taking to ensure that the stored works resume and that all pending bills are immediately settled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, from the way I see it, answer all the other questions, then you will come to this very broad one of John Njuguna that is likely to attract almost a supplementary from everybody. Because when he says a list of all stalled road projects, I'm sure every member has a story to tell about stalled road projects. So answer all the others. We'll finish with Kawanjiku's question.
I actually beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
to start with Kawanjiko's question, Honorable Kawanjiko's question, or Honorable John Jukuna's question, because once I answer that, the rest of the questions fall in place in terms of the consequence. And that's why I requested you earlier.
Go ahead.
It's like the mother question is Honorable Jukuna's question. Mr. Speaker, I will start with question number 10, then I'll come to the rest. The State Department of Roads, through its 3 implementing agencies, has an ongoing roads portfolio of over 800 projects with an outstanding cost of approximately 763 billion shillings as at 28th of February 2023, sorry. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the emphasis of 763 billion and the date given of 28 February is because with interest, the figure keeps changing, Mr. Speaker, as time goes. Out of this outstanding, an amount of 150 billion is related to certified works, actually 145 billion, related to certified works not yet paid. That is the pending bills. Most of the 800 projects are currently on slow implementation, while others have completely stopped due to inability of the government to avail adequate budget over the years. We note, Mr. Speaker, that some of these contracts have stalled for over 5 years and some almost 10 years, 9 approaching 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And I have provided the annex, Mr. Speaker. It will be tabled to the House. One of our officers has the annex here. And these roads, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me just for people to appreciate where it's coming from, roads like, Mr. Speaker, in Bungoma, Oaxaca, Cariosionde to Lieng,
the stalled road projects? And two, could he indicate to this House and the great people of Kandui, who is the contractor? What is the contractual sum? How much money has been paid? Because the contractor has not been on site at all ever since the year 2019. And could he indicate also to the House, taking into account the actions he has proposed, have they engaged this contractor to get him to resume the site? And two, if they have so engaged him, when can the great people of Kandui expect this contractor on site? Because 2 weeks ago, the members of the residents were actually planting bananas on that road, and this is a very big embarrassment to our government.
Thank you. That's enough. Member for Dadaab. Honorable members, the screen is full and has been full since we started. So I don't know whether it's full because of the minister who left or the minister who is on the podium. So what I will now resort to for this round is you probably be inconvenienced to show your hands so that one after the other. I've given Farah. When he finishes, then we'll come to you. And one question at a time. I'll take the minister record the first 6.
Mr.
We've done
Speaker.
Kandui, now we are Dadaab.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the minister said that there is not going to be any new roads that are going to be started. Mr. Minister, we have got borders with 5 countries. We have our borders with Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia. Northeastern Province is the only country that is the only province, the former Northeastern Province, is the only province that does not have a tarmac road that moves from Nairobi all the way to the border places. In view of the fact that we have a lot of insecurity, our boys in uniform are being blown up in the road between Garissa and Liboi, Garissa and Lugo, all the way to Mandera. Could he use this now as a conduit, as a security road, and promise this House that the infrastructure in that region to our neighboring Somalia will be taken care of as a security measure?
Thank you. Member for Nyatike.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have 2 questions to handle.
Only one.
No, I was standing in for
Only
Honorable Masara.
one. Just ask one question.
Okay. Let me concentrate on the road in Nyatike, the Masara Golumuk Road. When you look at the order paper, there was a mix-up. When I presented myself in the committee, when I was given notice to go to the committee, we handled Masara Muhoro. But ministers adequately answered my question about Masara Agolumuk, which I want to appreciate. The only concern I have, Honorable CS, currently there are a lot of rains. The area you have mentioned between Yakweri and Luanda Konyango, as we are talking now, the drainage is done, but backfilling has not been done. So the road is not in use. As much as the debt burden is there, can we have a quick fix so that the road can be motorable, so that our people can use the road all through to Migori? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Member for Taita Taveta, Women Rep. One question.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Minister, he has mentioned several roads which are stalls. And there's one, Jukini, Rombo, and Elasit, Bura, Mgange, Mbale, and Mtomogod. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister to tell us the status of these roads and what plan the government has for these roads, whether they're stalled or they're not stalled, whether they're still, which plan they have for these roads. Thank you.
Honorable Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is in regard to the emergencies we are facing right now following the flooding in Wajir North constituency. Wajir North is cut off from the entire country. It's not accessible. So could I ask the Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary, on what he is doing about the Buna Bridge, which has always been a perennial problem since independence, cutting off Wajir North from the rest of the country, and equally Hote Watiti Bridge, which has never been done, and the recently washed away Modogashe Tarmac, which was newly built. What are his plans to make sure that those roads and bridges are done, to make sure that the citizens get services, as following the severe drought, now they are in another tragedy of flooding? Thank you.
Honorable Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the answers that the CS, who is also my namesake, and Onesimus is a very important name, Mr. Speaker, because he's Onesimus Murkomen, I'm Onesimus Ngogoyo. It's good for me to mention, Mr. Speaker, because maybe I could be a CS one day.
Totally.
I want to ask the CS to appraise this House on the specific measures that the CS has taken in relation to the road carnage in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want him to tell this House the accidents that we've seen, Pwani University, Wundanyi, the Naivasha issue, are they related to the incomplete projects that are around this country? The gracious lady, Mr. Speaker, has asked about the safety of road users along Mombasa Road. In Ngong, in Kisera, Mr. Speaker, I'm the Member of Parliament, there are serious issues. I think right now, the people who are dying out of accidents could be more than the people dying on COVID. For sure, there is a serious issue on our roads. There is a time National Transport and Safety Authority could be seen doing something. What is the CS doing? And what is the ministry doing about the deaths on our roads, Mr. Speaker? Does he have any cabinet memo that he has presented? What is he doing about it? What does this House, can he tell us on the specific measures that he has undertaken so that we know we are safe, Mr. Speaker? And these incomplete projects, are they related to the accidents that are happening, Mr. Speaker? I would want to hear that from the CS.
CS, I'll take two more. Member, say your name, honorable member. I can't see you clearly. Give him the mic. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My names are Sakimba Parashina, member of Parliament, Kajiado South constituency.
Sorry, member for community, your position has been hijacked by.
Thank you, sir.
Colleague.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I just stand to ask a question to the CS. Partly has been asked by Honorable Women Rep of Taita Taveta, but the road is about Ilasit Taveta Road. That road, Honorable Speaker, it will fall under the issue of emergency, if you are to talk about the emergency, if you are to talk about the issue of security, because the road is located in the border between Kenya and Tanzania, and if we talk about the economy, it is in between the Amboseli National Park, Game Reserve, and Tsavo National Park, and it also serves the issue of agricultural products, that supply of food. So when they are going to make a decision on which roads to do, this road has been put in pending for many years. So we want to ask the CS, what are the measures it's doing to make sure that a road that serves the economic purpose of this country is being neglected, whereas even if the money is not there, but some money is there, what is going to be done for that road? Another thing is about that road now is causing accident.
Enough,
so
member.
we wanted.
Last on this, I'll give the gracious lady from Nandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, all the roads in this country, like has been stated clearly, are in a sorry state in regards to the stalling. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask if the CS can be gracious enough to provide this House with a comprehensive list, Honorable Speaker, of all the roads in this country, when they were first tendered, what is their status right now, and what is the way forward in regards to the same, Honorable Speaker, so that we stop going back and forth and we have a comprehensive list of all the roads in this country, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Mwisho, Martin Pepela. Then, Minister, you answer those 10. We'll do another round, members, just be patient. I know roads are as important as security. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell this House and the Pofwebuye East how come the road from Misiko to Naitiri and Lugulu to Makuselwa, even after the Ministry paying the contractor advancement payment of around 150 million, the contractor has not even done 10% of that road, which is approximately around 4 kilometers of the first milestone? Secondly, how comes the contractor has not even maintained the road as to play within the contract ahead of works, Mr. Speaker? And finally, what undertaking is the ministry giving the Pofwebuye East that this road will be completed within the stipulated period, Honorable Speaker? Thank you.
Minister, you have those 10.
Mr. Speaker,
from
let me ask. If you allow me, I'll start with a question asked by Honorable Cynthia Muge, who is asking about what we are doing, the roads and everybody. And this will help in all these questions being asked, Mr. Speaker, because I had already said earlier, and I think your orderlies had requested, I think I should table the list officially to the House. And I think, Mr. Speaker, once I do so, in the subsequent conversations, the near future, members will have a reference point of all the contracts in the entire 800 projects. Mr. Speaker, from there now, if honorable members want to consult with the agency or the ministry, we are available. Number two, Mr. Speaker, very important, I established a procedure of consultation with all leaders, all. Mr. Speaker, so far, we have had a meeting with 11 counties, the latest being Turkana this morning, county. And as a result of these meetings with Tarakaniti, Kisii, Baringo, we have had, Mr. Speaker, with Turkana, as I said this morning, among others, it's become more easier for members to make certain suggestions during the meeting. And Mr. Speaker, it's been even more helpful where you have a meeting with the county governor present, because then we deal with duplication of roads and allocation of resources. Again, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, my office is open. We are 11 counties. I will intensify the consultations. I think Kajiado is the next county, and we will make sure that we do all the remaining 36 counties, Mr. Speaker, in maybe in the next 3 months. Our meetings start at 7:30 in the morning. By 9, we are done. So honorable members and the DGs are able to go back to their offices. And all these questions and clarifications, once asked there, the Mr. Speaker help us to do our job, but also helps the members of parliament to do their oversight work. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that on the specific questions asked, for example, the Navakolo Road, Mr. Speaker, asked by the honorable member for Kandui, Mr. Speaker, that road was told from 2017, if I remember, 2017, 2018, because I remember a little bit because some of the members had come to my office. And Mr. Speaker, what we have done is this told not because of the money. It's told even at a time when we had resources, Mr. Speaker. As a result, it is as a result of the contractor. And we have decided to terminate the contract, but by mutual consent with the contractor. And Mr. Speaker, the process of getting another contractor who is more effective is ongoing. And soon, Mr. Speaker, coupled with the mechanisms we are putting in place to ensure we have resources, that contract will continue and will be prioritized, Mr. Speaker, considering the length of period that has taken for this road to be done. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Honorable as question together with Honorable Sane on the question of the North as a whole. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are unable to do new roads. But if you remember in my answer, I put a rider that, Mr. Speaker, unless these are roads that are supported by development partners. The good news in the northern part of the country is that under this project of Horn of Africa, Mr. Speaker, projects funded by World Bank and African Development Bank, we've been able to do major projects. In fact, some of the major projects, Mr. Speaker, that are going to happen this year or in the next 3 or 4 years are all of them in the north. All these are new projects. And Mr. Speaker, it's going to change the situation in the northern part of the country. We are not only doing the roads, the main tarmac roads, but we are ensuring that all these roads provide spur roads to access all the centers, all the schools, facilitate support in the urban areas. Number two, that all these roads, Mr. Speaker, have ICT connectivity. The cable, the fiber optic cable, thank you, PS. The fiber optic cable is going to be laid along all these roads, Mr. Speaker, and you will see the reverse, that the northern part, which has been marginalized for a long time, might quickly become the part that will have more ICT connectivity thanks to these projects, Mr. Speaker. And going forward, all these projects are going to be accommodated. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Honorable Farah that his concerns are going to be taken care of. We know that there is a road that's supposed to be done together with the highway from Lamu to Garissa, a connection to the border, Mr. Speaker, with our Somalia border to support security. You know that we have had issues in the recent past, Mr. Speaker, of a few acts of resistance by elements, Mr. Speaker, who don't support development, who want to scare our contractors. But we've been working with the Minister of Interior and Minister of Defense to ensure that this is delivered and delivered on time, Mr. Speaker, to change the North to become the land of opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Masara Road, I think the Honourable Member knows that we have made comprehensive answer, and it's unanswered. I don't want to repeat myself. The only thing I want to assure him is that we are looking for ways to ensure it's motorable at this period, at this time because of the rain. Mr. Speaker, the illicit road asked by both Honourable Haika and Honourable Parashina, Mr. Speaker of Kajiado South. Mr. Speaker, the illicit road is part of the few roads that have been identified for annuity project, and it's part of Lot 32 of the annuity program. It's a very important project for us. It should have been completed many years ago, but you know the negotiation project of annuity, it takes long. In the ministry, the reports that we have done, Mr. Speaker, show that if we were going to continue to deliver this road under annuity project, it's going to be very, very expensive. We are going to use up to, for the period we are going to maintain this road, up to 23 billion. Mr. Speaker, we think that for a road of 67 kilometers, it may not be viable to spend that amount of money, yet in an EPC contract, you can spend about 5 to 6 billion. We are in negotiation with the contractor because he has spent money to prepare for, Mr. Speaker, this annuity project. We are having consultations as a ministry to request them to perhaps find a way, and in keeping with our procurement laws, of turning the contractor to be an EPC contractor, Mr. Speaker, so that then he can perhaps save something from the resources he has spent in structuring this annuity project, but at the same time deliver the project under EPC contract. Mr. Speaker, I have had also consultation with leaders, and soon when I meet Kajiado and Taita Taveta, we will perhaps have had an answer at the progress when we will have reached. Mr. Speaker, allow me to, Mr. Speaker, skip the question by my namesake, Honorable Ngogoyo of Kajiado North, Mr. Speaker, so that I conclude with it. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Honorable Pepela of the Musingu Road, again, it falls within the same rubric of roads that are suffering because of finances, and Mr. Speaker, we are going to make sure that we prioritize. In fact, I dare say that I invite the Honorable Member and the team of Kakamega to be the, Bungoma, sorry, for Bungoma, to be the next team that will come for a meeting with us after Kajiado, Mr. Speaker, in the second week of next month, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can have comprehensive conversation on all these roads and the status. The good thing with the meetings when we have is that all the agencies are sitting there and solutions to these problems are discussed collectively, both county and national, but also with Mr. Speaker, honorable members. And I think I'll extend it to Honorable Pepela and his team from Bungoma for a conversation on the same. Now, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, my friend Honorable Ngogoyo has asked a very, Mr. Speaker, very serious question on road safety. Mr. Speaker, you know this is very dear. In fact, I came here with a very heavy heart because I've been having meetings with NTSA and other ministry officials. Mr. Speaker, before I came here, there is instructions that, Mr. Speaker, I issued to NTSA for certain measures to be put in place. Perhaps that will help. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, if you can allow me 3 minutes, I can read a few of them, not all of them, but for the record of this House and for the country. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge what my colleague has said, and it's very painful to imagine, Mr. Speaker, that children who are going home from school could not reach home, Mr. Speaker, because of a road accident. And in fact, that incident, Mr. Speaker, is extremely unfortunate because the driver of the vehicle was outrightly overtaking in a place that other vehicles were queuing, Mr. Speaker, in Delamere area. And you all know he was trying to get into the junction between Maimayu and Kinungi Road by force, Mr. Speaker. And then he met with the lorry head-on, and we lost our dear children. I feel pained as a cabinet secretary in charge of this sector. Sometimes I wish that driver, I would find him and do something, Mr. Speaker, about him. But, Mr. Speaker, that's the truth, that the problem is that as a cabinet secretary in a sector like this, you also have to carry the burden of bad manners and bad behaviors of individuals, Mr. Speaker, who have caused havoc in our roads. But that, as it may be, I take responsibility that this job is in my docket, and I must continue doing everything humanly possible to provide leadership as to what we are going to do. And as a result, today, Mr. Speaker, I have directed the NTSA to do the following. One, that school transportation shall not be allowed to operate between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. in line with Traffic Amendment Act 2017, Mr. Speaker, effective immediately. Mr. Speaker, all school children must be allocated seats with functional seat belts put on at all time. And we should not ignore to say you are small-bodied, you can be carried, squeezed in a matatu. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, school vans, buses, and matatus that are unroadworthy must be removed from the roads with immediate effect. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, in the implementation of the Intelligence Road Safety Management System, all heavy commercial operators must ensure vehicles with tare weight of 3,049 kilograms and above are fitted with speed limiters effective immediately. Mr. Speaker, in compliance with standards 2295 of 2018, all the 57 licensed speed limiter vendor must install approved gadgets that will limit speed, record speed data after every 5 seconds, transmit data to both the NTSA and vendor servers, and report violations real time, Mr. Speaker. To ensure all public service vehicles operate with functional speed limiters and multi-agency functional speed limiters, a multi-agency clinic shall be formed to verify and validate all speed limiters from 25th of April 2023 to 31st May 2023. All stakeholders, including public transport operators, speed limiter vendors, and the National Police Service will be incorporated into this multi-agency exercise. Number 7, all black spot management, I wish to direct that Kenya National Highway Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and the Kenya Transport and Safety Authority to work expeditiously to complete the ongoing road safety audits on all black spots and ensure safety interventions, including installation of signage, reflectors, and street lighting within the next 30 days. Additionally, all infrastructure around school should be audited and declared school zones with necessary road furniture for the safety of our school children within the next 6 months. I have further instructed the road agencies to ensure cameras have been installed in all black spots. The first phase to be completed within the next 4 months, Mr. Speaker. Section 336 of Cap 403 of Traffic Act provides that a driver of a public service vehicle or a commercial vehicle shall be required to undergo every 3 years a driving test under Section 39 successfully as a condition for each renewal of license. Further, Section 105A1 of Traffic Act provides that a driver of a public service vehicle or a commercial vehicle shall, after every 3 years from the date of issue of driving license, pursuant to Section 30 of the renewal of such license, whichever is the case, undergo, Mr. Speaker, underline, undergo a physical fitness test, including an eye and hearing test by a qualified medical practitioner. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, I have directed that from 1st of June 2023, all PSV drivers and commercial vehicle drivers, upon expiry of their licenses, will be subjected to a mandatory driver retest before renewal of driving license. From 1st of July 2023, all PSV drivers and commercial vehicles drivers will be subjected to a mandatory medical fitness test by a qualified medical practitioner before renewal of their driving licenses. Additionally, all driver trainees will be expected to provide a medical certificate before administration of the NTSA driver test. On the enforcement of proliferation of substandard products in automotive industry, it has been noted from the crash, Mr. Speaker, investigations that most of the crashes are caused by tire burst, brake failure while on high speed, while others were caused by crashing into vehicles mounted with substandard retroflective strip stars, affecting visibility of the road. To address this, I have directed NTSA to form a multi-agency enforcement team, bringing together Anti-Counterfeit Agency, Kenya Bureau of Standards, National Police Service, to weed out distributors and suppliers of substandard products and spare parts. In compliance with Standard Stat 372 of 2019, a passenger vehicle being constructed, this is important, Mr. Speaker, I direct immediate enforcement of anti-rolling bars, installation of seat belts, and proper anchorage of seats on all public service vehicles, including matatu, omnibuses, and buses. Additionally, I have tasked NTSA through the Motor Vehicle Inspection Unit to validate and take necessary action against the non-compliant vehicles. Mr. Speaker, the last measure, as the 11th measure, Mr. Speaker, to support a post-crash management and in implementation of Regulation 11G of the PSV Regulation 2014, all long-distance public service vehicles, PSV, are directed to subscribe to an accident and emergency system with immediate effect. In addition to this, the vehicles are required to prominently display the details of subscription as public information and for passenger reference. Mr. Speaker, additionally, I have instructed NTSA to submit a list of non-compliant public service vehicles and heavy commercial vehicles to the Insurance Regulatory Authority for assessment of the insurance policies within the next 7 days. In the long term, for effective implementation of the same, I further direct the NTSA to work on finalizing system integration between them and the insurance sector for real-time data sharing to assist the compliance and enforcement. I also directed that all motor vehicle owners with expired inspection certificates must present their vehicles to nearest the NTSA center for fresh assessment of their roadworthiness within the next 30 days. In conclusion, I assure Kenyans of the ministerial commitment to implement regulations, policies, and laws and enhance behavioral change through training and sensitization to reduce road carnage, enhance safety and security on our roads, and save lives of our road users. We shall work closely with the Minister of Interior and National Coordination and other related ministries and state agencies to ensure these directives are adhered to. I have also instructed NTSA to intensify the Usalama Barabarani campaign, an education awareness program across the country in a bid to change the attitude and behavior of all road users. I also call upon leaders, including honorable members in this chamber, cabinet colleagues of mine, governors, state agencies, religious leaders, the media fraternity, and all stakeholders in the transport sector to support these initiatives and to reverberate this clarion call at all levels. I urge members of public to take personal responsibility for their safety by putting on seatbelts when in vehicles, wearing helmets when riding a border, Mr. Speaker, crossing the road at the designated point, reporting drunk drivers, and refusing to board, Mr. Speaker, vehicles that are driven by drunk drivers, refusing also to board, Mr. Speaker, and roadworthy vehicles, and stopping and alighting from speeding vehicles. Mr. Speaker, usalama barabarani ni jukumu letu sote. Help us restore sanity in our roads by reporting incidents of traffic violation to the National Police Hotline 911. Mr. Speaker, those are the measures we put in place. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity granted. And by coincidence, the fact that, Mr. Speaker, I had this document just having issued now to just get the opportunity on the floor of this very important august house, Madam Speaker, to make this very important statement related to our roads. Of consequence, Mr. Speaker, I promised this house during vetting that we shall make sure that road enforcement, traffic enforcement, Madam Speaker, will take advantage of technology. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything possible with the road agencies and NTSA to make sure that cameras are installed to start with within the Northern Corridor, Mombasa, Malaba, and also, Mr. Speaker, within our cities to ensure that we are able to catch all these culprits. And we are starting in the next 2 to 3 months with the black spots, Mr. Speaker, a number of the black spots that have been identified. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Taita Taveta, Honorable Haikam Ziggy. Oh, she's had, no, she's, Honorable Members, she's doing a follow-up question. And then after that, we still have an opportunity for 10 others. That's the instruction I had here, that she has a follow-up question.
Thank you, thank you, CS, for the answer about Taveta Elicity Road. It was a reminder about the Pura Mgange Undanyi Mtomogodi Road. Please, if you can shed light on that one, a quick one. Thank you.
Okay, I think Waziri, you'll wait for the next round of questions. Yeah. I'll just go by the list here.
Am I supposed to respond?
The problem is I cannot be able to see all your faces from this far. Honorable members, please. The Honorable Member for Ruangwe, Honorable Lilian Gogo. The Honorable Kayemba.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as I ask this question, I would like to thank the CS because the road, the Kieni-Karurumo road in my constituency that has been where the contractor had started works, the contractor has already resumed work. He has mobilized, and today I've received the good news that he has embarked on the tarmacking of that road. So receive my appreciation, the Honorable Speaker. The Honorable CS. The Honorable CS, I would like to ask you this, because you've said that it is the citizens' responsibility to ensure road safety. And I am a frequent traveler on the Embu, Nairobi, Meru Road. And what I have seen, the the Honorable CS is that the police officers who are supposed to man the roads are very busy people, not manning the roads, but collecting money from the road users, from the matatu drivers, from the border operators. So as you tell the citizens that it is their responsibility to ensure their road safety by reporting the police officers, to the police, I would wish that you also make a declaration, or rather even issue a statement to remove those police officers from the roads whose responsibility has now become to collect monies from matatu drivers and harassing border operators. So tell us what you're doing about that, because that is partly what is causing the menace that we are having on our roads in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wundanyi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka kusema jambo mfupi tu sana kwamba kwa waziri nimshukuru kwa sababu amesema ameelekeza mambo mazuri sana ya kupigana na utovu wa nidhamu barabarani. Lakini nataka kusema kwamba juzi nimekuwa na ajali mbaya sana kule kwangu Wundanyi. Tumepoteza watu 13. Sehemu ile ni ile inaitwa Black Spot. Kulijengwa ukuta wa mita nusu, kama mita moja hivi, ili magari yanaposhuka, manake ni pahali pa muinuko, ili akigonga yasi roll. Sasa waziri, nataka kuomba kwamba sehemu ile kwanza ijengwe ukuta mkubwa ambao gari ikigonga basi si roll. Lakini pili, sehemu ile ni hatari sana, na ndio kwa sababu tulikuwa
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think now it is automatically me.
I've not given you the mic, Honourable Member. Complete your question.
Sasa nilikuwa naomba waziri tujenge ukuta, alafu njia ile tulikuwa pesa ilikuwa imewekwa na barabara ikaanza ile ya Mto Mogodi Mbale ambayo Mheshimiwa Ika ameitaja. Ile barabara ingekuwa imefanyika ama ingekuwa inapitisha magari, watu wangetumia ile barabara ya mwinuko ambayo iko na black spot. Kwa hivyo ombi langu ni kwamba waziri, najua pesa ileko katika budget ya supplementary, naomba ikiwezekana ifanyike kwa haraka ili watu wasiendelee kupoteza maisha mahali pale. Alafu pili, saizi kumenyesha mvua, barabara haipitiki. Sasa naomba kwamba hata kama contractor atakuwa hajarudi barabarani, tutafute njia ya kufanya kwamba barabara hiyo ya Bura ya Mto Mogodi, Msau, Mbale, Wundanyi, Bura iweze kupitika kwa sasa ili watu wasiendelee kupoteza maisha mahali pale Josa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honourable Kakai, I know you don't have your mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. For the CS, you've articulated the issue on the financial constraints for the country, which we can see and we can feel. But I would like you to assure this House that as you start the new project, you'll also ensure there's fair distribution, because you also being my county-mate by extension, in Trans Nzoia you've seen how skewed projects have been distributed. An example, if you look at Kiminini, the only road that passes in Kiminini is the Eldoret Highway via Moss Bridge, which again is very narrow with frequent accidents. And the second one is Bungoma, Webuye, Kiminini, then Trans Nzoia town. I think the same thing also applies to constituencies like Endebess, where we only have the highway crossing over to Uganda. So I would like you to assure us that as you resume the new projects, you'll also give priority and ensure fair distribution. And lastly, as you do those projects, also to assure us that it will not just be roads construction, but you'll also ensure that we come up with the infrastructure that fits the current realities. Because today there is human and motorcycle competition and vehicles as well. So for areas that are populated and they really rely on a motorcycle transportation, somehow an initiative that is more sort of aggressive and proactive to address even a possibility of having special lane for motorcycles. Because the menace on motorcycle, we've seen even recently, barring our own member of parliament because of that. So even as we make those infrastructure, we need to be more creative and try to really address the current reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam.
Member for Naivasha, Honorable Jane Kihara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I ask my question now, I would like to tell the CS how important it is to get the dueling of Rironi, Mau Summit Road. All the deaths are happening between there and Naivasha, especially. Now, I wanted to ask the CS the criteria used to classify a road as a security road. Why I ask this, Madam Speaker, it is because in the last regime I had gone to the PS interior, indicating that the road linking Nakuru and Narok via Maela, Kongoni, coming out in Naivasha was so important because when we have demonstrations, which are there quite often on the Narok Road, when drivers kill Maasai cows or they kill sand harvesters, the demonstrations there become very ugly, and sometimes even tourists are blocked and get late for their flights in Nairobi when they come from Masai Mara. So that road is so important, linking the two counties, Narok and Nakuru via Naivasha. So I would like to ask the minister to get it, to classify it as a security road, because actually it is. He also knows that he came to campaign in Naivasha, him and the president. Actually, he came twice, and they promised to get that road done. So as we classify it as security, it is very important that it is put in the list.
The Honorable nominated member, the Honorable Jackson Kosgei. Honorable Bishop Kosgei.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask two questions to the Honorable CS. Number one is, what is the ministry doing to ensure the infrastructural developments, especially in urban areas, when we build new roads, it ensures accessibility by persons with disability and also emergencies? That is one. Number two, we have also we have witnessed that in our port of entry, and I wish to single out the major one, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where if you are coming home, you got, as a person with disability, you got to disembark and go around to where the planes are, the engines are running, and enter the port of entry using the same cargo area. What is the ministry doing to make sure that it is possible for persons with disability to access our major airport and also our airstrips where we need only a RAM that can be portable one, and the samples are there? So we have been, the persons with disability are subjected to so many difficulties as they access the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I will allow Honorable Muliungi, member for Mwingi Central, to ask his last question. Then all of you will have an opportunity, because I know that they are similar, to do the follow-up questions. We have plenty of time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the other questions which I had asked, I needed to seek some further clarifications. If you allow me, Gunenu, I wanted to find out whether the CS will allocate adequate budget, because if you pay 72 million, which you have allowed in this financial year, and the pending bill is 175 million, the contractor will definitely not go to site. He will not go back. And therefore, I need that clarification. Number two, there are heaps of maram which were left on the road, and a one-way side road provided. And because of that, there has been many accidents. We have lost a lot of people. And we need that intervention so that that is made good, so that we don't continue losing lives because of a stalled project and the negligence by the contractor. The Kalisasi Mumbuni Road, it is not terminating at Mumbuni Shopping Center. The terminus is Musukini, so you can make that correction. And the Mumbuni is 1 kilometer. Sorry, Musukini is 1 kilometer. Mumbuni is 5 kilometer. And my wish is to reach Mumbuni. So you need also to clarify that, because the money to get to Musukini Shopping Center was removed through the supplementary budget. And therefore, the road ended in the bush instead of going to the shopping center. So I want to find out whether you are going to reinstate that budget cut to enable the road to reach Musukini Shopping Center. The other one, Mwingi Slaughter, there is no lot called Mwingi MTC in Zeluni Miambani. Miambani gets to Kitui town, which is about 50 kilometers away. But this was 3.7 kilometers only. But if you can get to that 50 kilometers, it will be better for me and for the people of Mwingi Central. And therefore, what the contractor did is he did the tarmac, the bitumen, only, and left out services like water, reinstatement of pipes, street lighting. Culverts were poorly done because there was no drainage which was done. So the culverts are above the tarmac level. And what I was asking is if that is going to be corrected. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I now go to my last question, which is on the expressway. Number one, can the CS provide a status report on the use of the Nairobi Expressway since its inauguration and how it has improved traffic congestion in the city? Number two, state whether the ministry intends to improve the main Mombasa road that was affected by the construction of the expressway, including providing the necessary drainage infrastructure, road signs, and bus stops, which are lacking now. Number three, explain why there are no entry and exit points to the Nairobi Express to and from the city center, and in particular, El Salase Avenue and the Kenyatta Avenue. Because if you are coming from Mombasa Road and you want to land in the city center, you have to go all the way to Museum roundabout so that you can come back, and it doesn't help at all. And clarify whether this was a strategic or an erroneous omission, and if so, when will the ministry rectify this glaring omission? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now allow the Honorable Member from Mwingi West, Honorable Charles Ngusia. I think it's just half a part of your question, not asked.
Yes,
Then
yes,
after that, we'll allow the Cabinet Secretary to answer the questions, and the follow-up questions can ensue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the answer given by our young and able Cabinet Secretary for Roads, and I would like to appreciate what he has done so far. And my question is, the road at the moment, which is not upgraded to bitumen standard, is not motorable at all. Could Cabinet Secretary actually provide
Which road?
something?
I think you can state the road specifically.
That is the road,
same.
the Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, Bodoni Road. it's not motorable at all. So can Cabinet Secretary actually provide a solution for the short term solution, please?
Thank you. Honorable CS, if you could answer those questions, then the members will have a chance to the follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know a number of the questions are almost related. Generic answer would have been say when the money is available, we will do it. But first of all, let me delve into the main question of the remaining question by Honorable Mulyungi on the expressway. Madam Speaker, the traffic status report of the expressway since inauguration is indicated in the table below, a table that I will provide also when I finally sign and leave my statement before this House. The total number of vehicles recorded which have used the expressway from the inception until the end of March 2023 was 12,491,403. The breakdown is as follows. From May to June 2022, the total traffic volume is 1,257,019, which is an average of 26,188 per day. 26,188 per day. That was May to June 2022. July to September 2022, there was an average of 34,209 vehicles passing through expressway, which gives it a total of 3,147,206, Madam Speaker, total traffic volume during that period. From October to December 2022, there was a total of 3.9, which is 3,974,821 vehicles through the expressway, which gives it an average of 43,205 per day. Currently, in the period between January to March, there has been a total of 4,112,357 vehicles passing through the expressway, giving it an average of 45,000 per day. There is a steady increase, Madam Speaker, on the number of vehicles that are passing through the expressway, and a further report will be given in every 3 months as the vehicles pass through that expressway. We are also currently in the process of reviewing a decision that was made by my predecessor to lock out PSV vehicles through the expressway, because at that point in time, they caused a number of accidents because of overspeeding. And since the measures have been put in place, we are looking at the request that has come to my office to allow the PSV vehicles to pass through the expressway. The ministry through Kenya has procured for works on Mombasa Road at River Interchange James Kishuru as follows. Madam Speaker, this is the question related to A8 Road, the road below, if you put so, below the expressway. So the ministry through Kenya has procured for works on Mombasa Road as follows. Periodic maintenance of Nairobi Southern Bypass Interchange, Ole Sereni at River Interchange, A8 Road to Ms. Wolf Paving Works, Kenya Limited, as a contract sum of 1,867,823,673.12. B, periodic maintenance of James Kishuru Road in Junction, that's Nairobi Southern Bypass Interchange, Ole Sereni A8 Road, to MS Shovels and Trowels Limited, as a contract sum of 1,290,451.26. The rehabilitation works are scheduled to commence on 26th of April 2023, and it's anticipated to be completed by 25th of April 2025. Madam Speaker, the approved designs for the expressway, maybe before I go there, I have also attached to my report the exact works that are going to take place in this very important road, because Kenyans have really asked that the hustlers are using the road below, and those who are capable to pay the expressway need to be facilitated to be able to pay, Madam Speaker, also pass through the road as like the other users who are able to pay the expressway. The point is that in this road, we have construction of walkways, and I think it was Honorable Koskei who had asked about what we are doing. There are construction of walkways, construction of 12 bus bays. There is a new pedestrian underpass at the UON student tunnel. There are a number of box culverts that are being constructed. There is also drainage channels that are being done, protection of works and stone pitching near Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. There is drainage improvement, particularly many Kenyans, when they pass Mombasa Road, they complain that it has become like a lake when it rains. It's because some of the places that are blocked, Madam Speaker, Haimara Daima Estate area, and it's being reopened to extending the 3.5 kilometer to discharge to Ngong River along Outer Ring Road. There is also 21 kilometer of pedestrian walkways, and there is also construction of concrete pavement along Mlolongo Auxiliary Lane. So there is a comprehensive work that is going to be done to restore the road, the A8 road, the 27 kilometers, and that work will begin, Madam Speaker has indicated here, on the 26th of April, which is in a week's time. The contractors must be on site. The works were contracted to 2 different contractors as indicated. The approved design of expressway, again, this is a very important question. It comes out repeatedly, why expressway does not have termination or an entry to the city center. And Madam Speaker, the approved designs for expressway included an exit into the CBD at Haile Selassie roundabout, which could not be constructed at the time of construction as the government could not avail the land required due to pushback from environmental and their important group, the environmental lobbyists, regarding sitting of the exit tolling station in Uhuru Park, and from the management of Kenya Railway Golf Club regarding sitting of the exit tolling station on portion of land within the golf course. To ensure service levels are maintained as agreed by both parties, the project developer, toll road operator, together with contracting authority Kenya, have discussed and agreed upon alternative exit into the CBD to be located next to the Green Park terminus on land acquired from Railway Sports Club that will allow access to Haile Selassie Avenue and Uhuru Highway. That is the place you saw with some parking up there. The construction of the CBD exit will take 8 months from issuance of approval by the contracting authority, which is expected to be communicated to the project developer by the end of this month. The expressway is very important, Madam Speaker, because it has decongested the city, making it easy for all, including visiting dignitaries, to access the city faster. The second thing about the expressway is that this is a project which is a good model of effective PPP in that it removes demand risk for the government. We are in discussion with the National Treasury so that we can continue this conversation on how to toll out further more roads across the country. Madam Speaker, the problem we are facing now with financing roads would have been mitigated if the third administration had been bold enough to toll the southern bypass and Thika Road. Remember, when Thika Road was being constructed, the argument had been made that it's going to be tolled, and even infrastructure, initial infrastructure provided for tolling of the Thika Road. Since then, political leaders, including all of us, including myself, like ourselves in this house, have never been bold enough to toll the roads. The amount spent in Nairobi alone to dual roads, such as Eastern Bypass, Southern Bypass, Western Bypass, and Outer Ring Road, would have built lots of infrastructure elsewhere in the country. Thus, those who benefited from who are benefiting from such infrastructure should contribute to the building of other roads around the country. It is my humble request to this House to work with my ministry to start a very candid discussion on tolling of the roads that are dualled and have alternative passing routes for passengers to enable us to raise funds for further construction of the roads and maintenance. Madam Speaker, as part of the answer of this question, I really hope we can be bold enough and work together as members of parliament to make sure that we toll these roads. If we had told these roads from the beginning, having in tolling fund would have actually been maintaining and constructing more roads. That person in Lokichokyo or Loitoktok, who is, Madam Speaker, not a beneficiary of using Southern Bypass. He is asking ourselves, why is she or he contributing to the payment of the taxes, to the loans that we took to build these roads, and yet they cannot access their county headquarters at all? The best answer would be to tell that person, that road that we have tolled in, that we have constructed in urban areas, we are tolling and collecting the money. It's going to tolling fund, and that is why we are building for you these other roads to access your county headquarters and access services. This is the only strongest justification we can have to make sure that gradually we become self-sustaining as a country in terms of managing our roads. In fact, the challenge of self-sustainability will be higher as we continue rolling out electric vehicles. In the near future, 5, 8, I don't think it will reach 10 years, the number of electric vehicles which will be in this country will be more than those which are using fossil fuel. At that point in time, we will not be having the road maintenance levy fund from the fuel. That is why we must become as innovative as possible. And my ministry will take this bold step to come with these directives to this House, and I hope that we will be supported by members of parliament so that we raise funds to take care of our roads and to build better roads going forward. I agree. Sorry, now I remember that there were supplementary questions. Let me follow with that immediately with the supplementary questions. Most of them, as I said, are almost generic, but there is a most important question that has been asked by Honorable Jane Kihara about dualling of Rironi-Mau Summit. I believe, Madam Speaker, we will have time to discuss the dualling of Mombasa, Nairobi, and Rironi-Mau Summit at another opportunity when I have another opportunity to come before this House and maybe to respond to also questions on the transport sector. But what I want to say, which is important, is this. We are working round the clock to discuss with the prospective investor, PPP investor, on the Mau Summit Rironi Road. Our point of contention at the moment, that is why the road is not beginning, is the transfer of traffic risk from the investor to the government of Kenya, which means that we carry the burden if we do not meet the number of the volumes of vehicles using the road to the level that the investor requires to repay the loans. The government of Kenya would have to pay for a long period of time. And we calculated the amount. It can even mean that we pay about between 15, 20 to 30 billion consistently for the next 20 years, up to 2050. That way, that would be another additional burden to our already burdened society. We have asked the investor to think through a process where this burden would not be borne by the government of Kenya. That is why you hear me, if you hear me praising the expressway, it's because that burden is not being carried by the people of Kenya. If the expressway investor does not achieve the volumes he requires to recoup his investment, we, the people of Kenya, are not going to fill in the gap. Unfortunately for the Rironi-Mau Summit, it requires us to fill the gap. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, if we eliminate this point of contention, we will be able to build the road between Rironi and Mau Summit. Thankfully, there are other investors who are already coming in and saying, If the current investor is not ready, we are ready to invest in this road, even if it means to carry on the burden of not requiring government to guarantee the volumes. And this conversation is important because then it means Kenya is an important destiny when it comes to investors and investments, particularly of PPP nature. And we want to thank our investors in this sector, particularly in the road sector, for making this possible. The rest of the questions that have been asked by honorable members, Honorable Karemba has asked a very important question about police officers. I will still come back to Honorable Jane about the road she had asked and security question. Madam Speaker, yes, we require citizen responsibility. And I need to continue emphasizing that you cannot just board a vehicle. You can see outrightly the driver is drunk and you do nothing about it, and you are 14 people against one driver. There can be no greater abdication of responsibility than that you take the risk to be driven by a drunk driver from Eldoret to Nairobi and to wait for the Minister of Transport to answer in Parliament why you allowed a drunk driver. When we as citizens can take the bold step of alighting from the vehicle and asking the company of that vehicle to provide another driver or another vehicle that can carry people for safely. We cannot continue being in the same bus. I saw some Kenyans sending to me pictures of a driver who is, they're taking the pictures, they are sitting inside the bus, the driver is chewing sugar cane, Madam Speaker, and leaving, abdicating his responsibility as a driver, removing his hands off the steering wheel. The only thing that those citizens who are sitting inside their bus succeeded to do was to take pictures so that they can take to social media and ask the minister, what are you doing about this driver who is chewing a sugar again, Madam Speaker, and abdicating his responsibility. While we know they would have taken the responsibility directly of stopping that driver from doing what he was doing. We cannot be helpless when it comes to our own lives. The driver is overtaking vehicles. He has overtaken vehicles in Salga. He has come to Nakuru, overtaken vehicles. He has come to Gilgil, he's done the same, recklessly. But you are inside cheering, telling drivers, do it faster, we must be in Nairobi as fast as possible. Abdicating your responsibility to know that you must be carried safely. If it starts with us, it will become even easy for us to be able to deal with the question of this. However, there is a responsibility for the police. We know that bribery is, we can take judicial notice that this is a menace that we have been unable to eradicate in our roads. What is the ministry doing? We are gradually replacing human monitoring of the roads with technology. That is why I said the black spots, including near the bridge, will in the next 2-3 months have a camera in the piloting stage so that all of us can be able to monitor the vehicles as they pass through there. And slowly by slowly, we will not need to have a police officer having to man all the roads. Slowly by slowly, from a command center, using technology, we'll be able to catch those who are misusing, committing traffic offenses. On the question of Undanyi, it is true that we had a problem, and the honorable member has requested that we increase the barrier height and make sure that it's a wall. We will take note of your statement. By the time we meet with Taita Taveta, we should be able to discuss together about what audit plans we did at the black spot there, and put in place mechanism for improving those black spots. The good thing with Kenya is that in the highways, they have been auditing every black spot. As it happens, the statistics are given by NTSA, and Kenya have been able to decide whether to put bumps or to make sure that we are building guardrails and improve the signage and so forth. That is what we will try to do even as we work on the other mechanisms. To my friend Honorable Morris Kakai Bissau, on the question of Trans Nzoia, it is true that we have a big problem in Trans Nzoia. It is actually a paradox that until the Jubilee administration came to place in 2013, Trans Nzoia and Uasin Gishu, being the bread basket of our country, especially the inlands inside the counties, were completely ignored. A lot has been done, but a lot needs to be done. I appreciate that Kiminini is one of those marginalized, and many people in the country will never believe if you say Kiminini is marginalized from road network, and we are working around the clock to make sure that we rectify this issue. Unfortunately, to start new projects, we can't use GOK funds at the moment, but as I said, every time we have plans with our development partners and they're willing to support us with fairly good concessional loans, or we will be able to support those programs. But also, we must design and plan for the time that the resources will be in place, so that then in the fullness of time, we'll be able to do so. Again, the day we meet with you as a Trans Nzoia team, we should be able to address these issues. On the question of motorcycles, Kitale was a renowned town in western part of the country when it used to be, when border were bicycles. We all know that now that has been taken over by motorcycle, and that is a menace across the country. Unfortunately, motorcycles cannot have their route. They enjoy the service of using the same road because they are motor vehicles. Motorcycles, they use the same road with the other vehicles. Unfortunately, we use motorcycles or border, as we all know,
Honorable CS,
in highways.
we are getting to a close.
Okay.
We are past our time, so I would ask that you kindly wind up.
Okay, I will gladly wind up, Madam Chair, by saying that these border vehicles should not be used in highways. We shouldn't be able to see them, you know, in Kitale Bungoma Road or Kitale Eldoret Road, but they are there. And we must work with the reality that they are there. And we are working on the mechanism of regulation. In the statements I made earlier, you saw that I didn't focus on the border side. We are coming back with those regulations as a result of the same. On the road, Honorable Jane Kiara has mentioned, again, this Maela Road is a big issue. I believe that we have had discussion with the Honorable Member and the leaders of Nakuru. As promised, we are going to do everything possible to ensure that we look for the resources for the same. Honorable Koskei has raised an important issue about NMT and persons with disabilities. Again, we will do the same. I don't think classifying a road, to answer Honorable Jane Kiara, as security will change anything, because the Minister of Interior doesn't have money to put it differently. So it just still comes back to us. Let's just find a way of doing the road. It might even be better to do it as an important road for agriculture and economic activity, including the Kengen projects that are going on and GDC projects. Airport access ramps, I agree with Honorable Koskei, will continue with the same. And for Honorable CNN, we promise to maintain the road as it awaits the resources for improvement to bitumen standards. I want to say that for Honorable Gideon of Mwingi Central, again, your question was supplementary, further improvement of the remaining part of the roads. I think the best answer to tell you is we will have to work on the resources to do so. At least for the record, we have provided a substantive part of the answer. The funds, of course, permitting, we can address the other issues. But as I said, our doors are open. We haven't met Kitui leadership. When we sit down as Kitui as well, we should be able to thrash out some of these issues.
Honorable Gogo, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I've heard you mention that the CS's time is up. I'm afraid when I was called to speak, Honorable Chair,
Order,
I
member.
had been moved out.
Order, member. Order. Order, member. Honorable members, I realize that there is immense interest on this matter. And Honorable CS, I see you coming back very soon. But Honorable members, we follow our standing orders. The question time is 3 hours. We have taken 3 hours and 25 minutes. This matter will be put to rest. We will release the CS and the team. The follow-up questions can be followed up later, but we will not break the standing orders. Honorable CS, please conclude.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, I want to thank this august House for giving me the opportunity to be here today and for the opportunity to respond to as many questions as it was possible. Madam Chair, I know it is not within my purview, but I have made a suggestion.
Honorable Gogo, you're totally out of order. You will not shout to the speaker or across the aisle. You know the standing orders. Continue, Honorable C.
So, Madam Speaker, I know it is not within my purview, but having served as a member of Parliament, and especially with you in the Senate, Madam Speaker, I want to suggest that as from the experience of the questions that were sent to us, to make very good use of this opportunity, very rare opportunity for a cabinet secretary to appear before this House, if the questions could in future be formulated to cover policy issues as such, so that it cuts across than, Madam Speaker, dealing only with one bridge somewhere or one road somewhere. It will then answer, like the case was with the question of pending bills as a whole, so that if the follow-up questions are about a bridge somewhere, a road somewhere, the main statement about the status of pending bills will have been answered. And Madam Speaker, again with a ministry that has both roads and parts of transport, it would be nice if we get an opportunity in future that the questions be prepared in such a way that cuts across the ministry, because this opportunity comes once in perhaps a year or so, I guess, so that then questions that members may have on the transport sector could be addressed at the same time, so that we cut across the ministry and give an opportunity to update the nation and the House across the board on the things we do. Otherwise, it has been my greatest pleasure to have the slightest opportunity to have something closer to accessing Parliament as I used to do before, even though not in full sense of it. And I appreciate always the opportunity to interact with members of Parliament. I believe accountability is extremely important in making sure that my ministry and other ministries are able to deliver for the people of Kenya. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable CS. Honorable members, you'll indulge me. It's not very popular to be the one to cut this, but I have to because of our standing orders. We will release the CS and the team, and we'll revert back to our business for the rest of the day. CS. Order, members, we'll go back to our order paper. The special motion under order number 8, for obvious reasons, that will be deferred. Order number 8.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. Question to be put.
Order, members, we will defer that business to the next sitting. Order number 9.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Chair Jailak.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to move the special motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th April 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 10(3) of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011 and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Dr. David Adang Oginde as the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Jerry, ready? Second. All right. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, please.
Continue, Honorable Gigi.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, we have had sittings regarding the appointment of Dr. David Oginde as the nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The matter was referred to the committee by His Excellency, by the Honorable Speaker. Sorry.
Continue, Honorable Gigi.
All right, I get to it. I'm sorry about that. Madam Speaker, the nominee was referred to this House by His Excellency the President, and the matter was referred to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee by the Speaker. We actually held hearings as required by the law, and Dr. David Adang Oginde appeared before us, and we actually conducted what is called vetting. That is the pre-appointment hearing. Madam Speaker, we have prepared a detailed report, which we have tabled before the House. It was tabled yesterday, and I believe members have had the occasion to actually go through this report. In summary, at the hearing of this nominee's vetting, it came out clearly that the nominee was actually suitable to be appointed the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. When we posed questions on his academic suitability, it proved to us that he actually had the academic qualifications. When it came to what his reaction was towards being appointed the chairman of this commission, he demonstrated to us that he had a passion of fighting corruption. In fact, he took us through what he referred to as cultural change, that for the country to embrace the war against corruption, we have to have a cultural change. We listened to this, and having his religious background, we actually thought this may have been more of a sermon than an expression of what he would do. But at the end of the day, we were convinced that, in fact, this is one of the strongest points with Dr. Oginde as regards the fight against corruption, that we must have as a country a cultural change towards how we take cases of corruption, even instances of corruption, and how we instill the moral values to our children at young age as regards corruption. We also proceeded to ask him what else he would do, and especially to keep together the commission, because in the past we've seen it, that chairpersons are appointed, and there is direct conflict with the CEO of the commission, as a result of which, in some circumstances, the commission has had to be terminated prematurely because of those conflicts. He confirmed to us that, bearing in mind his past, that Dr. David Oginde has headed a church, one of the biggest churches in Nairobi, the Sita Ministries, Christ is the Answer Ministries. He demonstrated to us that he is able to keep people together, because here he had all manner of people under him, and he was actually able to serve them well. So we were convinced that he is going to take care of this commission as the chairperson to offer leadership. He was able to distinguish to us that the commissioners are there to offer leadership to the commission, while the CEO and his employees are there to execute the mandate conferred by the law as far as fighting graft is concerned. So we actually retreated to do this report, and we read from the media that there was a disagreement, which I kept on saying was a fiction, was a figment of imagination from the media people, because the report we have is unanimous. Most of the members of the committee and those who were present appended their signatures to this report to confirm approval. There were other extraneous issues that were raised, which we did not consider, because it is not the work of this committee to go on a fishing expedition as regards matters that are not before it. There were no affidavits that were sworn in opposition to his appointment. So, having evaluated the suitability of one Dr. David Adang Oginde, and having made our observations, we came to the conclusion that Dr. David Adang Oginde is suitable to be appointed the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Therefore, I do move that this House agrees with our report and does actually approve that Dr. David Adang Oginde be the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I beg to move, and I do request a member, a distinguished member.
Order, member. What is your point of order, Honorable Beatrice Kemei?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would really want to appreciate the chairperson of the Department Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, who is moving a very, very important motion. However, pursuant to Standing Order 35, there is no quorum in the House, Madam Speaker.
All right. Honorable members, I order that the bell be rung for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's where we still Kwani hawa new members wenu hawakwenda kujitisha? I also made that blunder one time. It was wrong. I made that blunder.
We have about 15 people inside there. I can go at our
There's no other way you can circumvent this. No. Once it is ready, kama tungekuwa she did know.
Sasa kupata ni we have only 10, 15 people inside there. But you know what you need to do? You need to put the chairperson of our foundation. Yeah. And just achieve your position as chairperson.
Wao wanatakiwa kukaa. Oh, question inaisha. Swali inaisha na kila mtu anaenda.
Na sijaongeza.
Ndio.
We need about 40.
18.
Order, members. Order, members. Honorable Njeri, Honorable Muge, order. Order Ferdinand, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. And the time being 6:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 20th April 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Here. We all sit here, defend the Constitution and say we are Kenyans, the sovereignty of this country belongs to the people of Kenya. But let me shock you. This country is 60 or 70% owned by foreigners. Narok County, Samburu County, Marsabit County is mostly, even Uasin Gishu County, it's owned by foreigners. Mr. Speaker, I would like the committee that you'll task this statement on to be able to go further and investigate. Like, for instance, even you'll be surprised to be told even Mount Forest, somebody is collecting the dollars from the carbon trading. So I think we need to be realistic and to become clever on how we can be able to pursue this thing. When I was in the UK during the holiday season, I had a conversation with a good friend of mine called Nick Williams. And he said, there's an NGO in Kajiado, which is benefiting a lot from money from carbon trading. I didn't know about that. He mentioned that in Narok as well. It appeared that there are so many MOUs which were signed by the national government and also our own county government that we do not understand. For instance, Mr. Speaker, I know the Israelis are in Narok. They are going around saying they want to preserve the semen of leopards. But when you dig deeper, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that they have seen an opportunity in a country where people are sleeping while people are trading billions of shillings in this language of carbon trading. So this is a very timely statement, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that once they look at, they examine this issue of carbon trading, it is important for us to understand that whatever we introduce into this country, the other day I had a former colleague, Senator and now Cabinet Secretary Murkomen, talking about introducing a Trump system in this country. Have we carried out serious visibility studies on how much carbon footprint that energy consumption will be able to use? So, Mr. Speaker, I support this statement, and I hope that the committee will go deeper and find out and demystify it further from each and every county what MOUs we have, who is benefiting from carbon trading in our counties when our people are languishing in poverty. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We shall now move to statement pursuant to Standing Order 56. But before we proceed to allow the chairpersons of standing committees to make their statements, I have a communication to make. Honorable Senators, in the public gallery, we have 70 students accompanied by 3 teachers from the Precious Blood School, Riruta, Nairobi County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow the Senator for Nairobi to make brief welcoming remarks.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to join you in the House in welcoming the students of Precious Blood, Riruta. This is a school that needs no introduction, Mr. Speaker, given the history of stellar performance that has been shown by that school. Mr. Speaker, just by way of information for this House, my wife was an alumnus of Precious Blood, and it is one of the things that we share in common with the chair. I am also aware that the Speaker's wife, Liz, was also an alumni of Precious Blood. Mr. Speaker, this is a demonstration. Mr. Speaker, please protect me so that I make this point. It is very clear
fully
that...
protected, Senator Sifuna, fully protected.
It is very clear that alumni of these schools are the go-to group for people who are serious in life and are looking for very good, solid partners with which to advance their lives. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to mention that I have been to this school recently. I met Sister Mary Joyce, we call her Mary J, and she asked me, Mr. Speaker, as a Senator of Nairobi, to do a few things for the school. I want to confirm to the teachers and the students of Precious Blood that, in fact, your Senator, in conjunction with the Jonathan Jackson Foundation, is going to build for you a basketball court, as we agreed with Sister Mary J. Because the Speaker also has a declared interest in the school, I am sure that if I build one basketball court, the Speaker will go a step further and add something else for the school as you may require. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to wish the students of Precious Blood and their teachers a fruitful visit, and to the teachers and to your parents, those of you who vote in Nairobi, I cannot miss to say thank you for voting for me. I hope I don't let you down in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Before we proceed on the statements pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B, we had given Senator Chirangai a minute to catch his breath. You may proceed to make that statement.
Mr. Speaker, request for statement on the closure and reopening of China Square. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. I think the senator is out of order, is working in between you and me. Pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, I rise to seek a statement.
If you don't leave the chair to do its work, then you land yourself in trouble. It's up to the chair to rule on the conduct of other senators, not another senator picking on other senators. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization, and Tourism on the closure and reopening of China Square. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should, 1, cause an investigation into the closure and later reopening of China Square along Thika Superhighway. Mr. Speaker, sir. Number 2, table the report by the Kenya Anti-Counterfeit Authority on the alleged counterfeit goods that were reportedly being sold by China Square. Mr. Speaker, number 3, provide information supporting that China Square complied with all the government requirements for foreigners to open and operate businesses in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 4, provide a proof of tax compliance by China Square in its operations, including tax on import and retail commodities. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, state the measures put in place by the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry to ensure a conducive business environment for health competition between local and foreign investments, including promotion and collaboration between China Square and local traders in the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Senator Wambo.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me maybe for the first time congratulate Senator Cherargei for coming up with that kind of statement. Mr. Speaker, when this statement is finally assigned to a committee, I would request that committee to help this country make a determination between the endeavors made by this government to attract foreign direct investment and the duty of care that this government must also exercise to protect local businesses and industries. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't end up confusing ourselves and the people that want to do business with us. When it is right for us to protect local industries, then policy statements must be issued and positions taken that are clear that we are protecting local industries. When we want to attract foreign investment, Mr. Speaker, it should be clear at what level of foreign investment do we want to do this. Otherwise, we'll end up with situations that people from other countries will be attracted into Kenya to roast maize and sell maize and compete with locals, and then we'll mess up our own economy. I thank the Speaker.
Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to comment on Senator Cherargei's statement on these foreign investors, Mr. Speaker. I know while it's a big topic that we are saying that the market must dictate itself because it's an open, buyer, willing seller. At the end of the day, we also have to look into the interests of the local manufacturers, Mr. Speaker. We are having the same problem with the issue of imported sanitary towels. We are having a serious policy disadvantage to the local manufacturers in the sense that it is actually, the taxes are exempted in the importation of the finished product, but at the same time, the local manufacturers are being heavily taxed on the raw material. So in a situation like that, it is government intervention that is needed to ensure that we have fair competition. So while we are looking at this China Center or any other that will come in a form like that. While we are pushing for foreign investors, Mr. Speaker, we are really trying to create jobs for our youth. The only way we are going to create jobs for the youth is that we ensure that our local manufacturers are thriving. So, Mr. Speaker, whichever committee that is going to take this up, while they consider the willing buyer, willing seller, that you can import anything and as long as you're within the law, it is okay. They should also remember that we have millions of youth out here who do not have jobs because our jobs have actually been exported. Our jobs are in China where we are importing those finished products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to be amongst the members of this House that are seized with this issue. And Honorable Cherargei, as much as I sometimes wonder whether you are a bad child to your parents, I'm impressed sometimes at your intelligence and capability to prick our conscience. Mr. Speaker, the reality our country faces now is that we must be honest with ourselves. The problem of China Center, Mr. Speaker, is not just that building. The problem with China Center is that you have Chinese traders who are able to bring materials which are actually underpriced, and therefore they are able to attract customers to their shops as if Nairobi doesn't have any other shop that sells what they sell. And Mr. Speaker, if you remember, there was a time when it was raised by the newspaper about 4 months ago. I don't think the current government was in place, where it was stated that the Chinese companies had actually not paid close to 400 billion shillings for goods imported to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this problem is much more complex. And I would like the committee that is assigned for this responsibility to go deep into what the issues are about our country. Mr. Speaker, if you asked many of us in this House whether we know what China imports to their country or what Kenya exports to China, even tea, we cannot tell you what the statistic is. We cannot tell you what we export to Kenya to such a point that we have got an ability right now where Kenya is a perennial importer of Chinese goods. And if you look at the difference in terms of trade and balance of trade, Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing. And China is a country with 1.2 billion people, with a budget of about 10 trillion US dollars. And yet, Mr. Speaker, you find ordinary, casual Chinese individuals who don't have any expertise coming into a country and roasting maize and walking around as if they are executives of some companies. And yet what they are doing is selling mutumba. I think the conscience of our parliament and the conscience of this House must be pricked so that we come up solutions to what to do with this issue of imbalances in trade between the superpowers and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Keroche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Senator Cherargei, for bringing in this, Cherargei, for bringing in this important motion. As much as we stand always to champion the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, any time that a business is touched, especially now when we hear the China Square, we know it's a loss of jobs, and we know it is, discouraging the investors, whether it's local or the foreign. So as we bring in investors and we inspire many to ensure that we can build our country, Kenya, like any other part of this world, the minute we touch one, we really did motivate anybody thinking to come up with an investment. And I know many people may not know, but it takes a step back. Anytime you touch a business, that investor is taken back. And you find this investment was supposed to take 5 years, it takes 10 years or 20 years or 100 years, or it will never happen. So thank you, Cherangei, and I'm also talking to the Ministry for Industrialization, who is one of us. Moses Kuria is one of us. I know he's been doing business in this country. He understands very well and how he needs to build that conducive environment to do business in this country. Some of us cannot talk. I know it's too long story, but it has taken a toll on us to be standing here and talking and saying that we need a conducive environment to do business. But we are so happy now. I'm very sure even businesses in the country, they can smile with the Kenya Kwanza government. There is that hope that it will never be like the previous regimes where people have suffered to put up their businesses in this country. So I know the China, we're happy to hear the China Square came back, but they need that encouragement to be ensured that this is not the old regime that was there. This is a new regime of His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Ruto, that will ensure that businesses will thrive and will go global out of this country. I know we build brands that will go global and out of this country. There is a hope. You can see I'm smiling. It's the first time I've started smiling since this regime. I know I'm known to be crying on the street all these years. Thank you, Cherangei, and we thank you, and we hope this debate will be taken to the right committee to ensure that that thing is checked. It's not only China Square. If you see one, just know it's coming at your door. You may be running at China Square, but we don't know tomorrow who it is, and we must curb this and ensure you can wake up in the morning, put up your business, and only think of how you can grow it and to meet the international standard and meet the global standard. Asante. Thank you. Thank you, Your Chair.
Senator Osatz.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my neighbor here, Senator Cherangei, for this wonderful statement. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for us to understand, as a Senate, the circumstances that led to the closure of China Center, and then immediately thereafter, the reopening of the China Center. It's important. Square. I want to also support my colleague that even as we push for foreign direct investment, we also need to protect the local manufacturers. We also need to protect local businesses so that we don't flood our market with the cheap imports from China and other countries, because that will affect the economy in a big way. So I ask the relevant committee to look at this matter in detail and particularly look at the effect on taxation of this China Square. What has been the impact on the taxation volumes in this country? Mr. Speaker, they also need to interrogate the so-called bottom-up economic model that our colleagues from the other side sold to Kenyans during the election. Is this decision sitting within that infamous bottom-up economic model or not? I think it's important for this House to understand that. And Mr. Speaker, you know that when we had that problem of China Square, we had demonstration in this town by traders from Nyamakima. They went around the town, the city, demonstrating. And that time we never saw police coming out to disrupt those demonstrations. So the committee should also tell us, were those demonstrations part of the reason why the Cabinet Secretary decided to rescind his decision or not? Mr. Speaker, I think we need to get serious with economic management, and we need to see tangible economic solutions to our problem. Not what we are seeing happening now, where decisions are made left and right. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade, again, it needs to be looked at in details, because recently we have had some deals which are questionable, Mr. Speaker. For example, the deal, government-to-government deal on importation of oil products from Saudi Arabia. It is important for this House to get full disclosure of this deal, Mr. Speaker. If there is any loan agreement, we want to know why Parliament was not involved in the approval of this loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we interrogate all these matters touching on the trade and the economy of this country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the rule of relevance. What is the relevance of the government-to-government importation of oil? What is the relevance to that, to the issue raised about the China Square? Is he in order, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Osotsi, can you proceed and state the relevance and proceed to conclude your statement?
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the issue of trade, and we are talking about the effect of some decisions which have been made within the Ministry of Trade that are affecting Kenyans. And one of it in this contest, which also deals with trade matters, is the deal between Saudi Arabia and Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to matters concerning people, I think it's important for us to look at it in detail. So this matter is also relevant to the discussions that we are having, because you are making reference to the Ministry of Trade headed by one Moses Kuria.
We shall now move to the statement pursuant to Standing Order 56 1B. These are statements made by chairpersons of standing committees. The chairperson Standing Committee on Information, Technology and Communication.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56 1B of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology for the period commencing 4th October 2022 to date. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology is established under Standing Order 2283 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to technology, engineering and electronic research, information, broadcasting and information, communication and technology, ICT development. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee had held a total of 27 sittings, during which it considered 1 legislative proposal, 2 bills, 6 statements, and 1 inquiry. Five, Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee considered the following: the Konza Technopolis. Honorable Speaker, the Konza Technopolis Bill 2023, Senate Bills number 2 of 2023, was referred to the committee on Thursday, 16th February 2023, following its introduction in the Senate by a way of first reading. The committee facilitated public participation pursuant to provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 145(5) of the Senate Standing Orders. The committee received submissions from the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy on 13th April 2023 and will be considering the fully incorporated version of the bill at the committee on 25th April 2023 and thereafter table a report. Statement. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, 6 Statements were sought from the committee. The committee considered and concluded 3 of them and is currently considering the 3 remaining. In considering the said statements, the responses were shared with the respective senators. D, inquiry. Honorable Speaker, the committee is currently conducting an inquiry on the digital assets infrastructures in Kenya and will table a report once it is concluded. That of the clerk of the Senate for the continuous support accorded to the committee in undertaking its work. Lastly, I will also wish to thank the members of the committee for their commitment and diligence in the contribution during the
on energy for the period commencing on the 14th October 2022 to 31st March 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Standing Committee on Energy established under the Standing Order 228 of the Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to fossil oil exploration, development, production and maintenance and the regulation of energy. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 24 sittings, considered 8 statements, and has an ongoing inquiry. Mr. Speaker, sir, regarding the statement pursuant to Standing Order 53, 8 statements were sought from the committee during the period under review. The committee considered and concluded 5 statements. In considering the said statements, the reports and the responses received by the committee were shared with the respective senators who sought these statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, 3 statements are pending before the committee as follows. Statements sought by Senator Hamida Kibwana, MP, on the 8th March 2023 regarding the proposed energy draft tariffs applicable from the year 2022 to the year 2026. The committee has written to the Cabinet Secretary and Minister of Energy and Petroleum seeking a response. Additionally, the committee has invited the Cabinet Secretary for a meeting on the 13th April 2023 to respond to the statements. Statement requested by Senator Alexander Mudigi, MP, on the 9th March 2023 regarding the national power outage. The committee has written to the Cabinet Secretary of Energy Petroleum seeking a response and will be addressed on the 13th. Statement requested by Senator Joe Newto regarding the status of the last mile project in Murang'a County. The committee has equally written to the minister and will be addressed on the 13th April this year. Inquiry into the high cost of electricity. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is currently conducting an inquiry into the high cost of electricity in the country. The committee resolved to undertake this inquiry on the 1st March 2023 and to look at the entire value chain from generation, transmission, and distribution. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee adopted and scheduled to meet at least 10 IPPs who produce 50 megawatts and above. The committee has so far established between 207, 209, Kenya Power and Lighting Company through a request for proposal requested for tenders for design, financing, supply, election, commissioning, operations of power plants. A majority of the signed IPPs power purchase agreement have a 20-year expiry period, and most of them have skewed towards the investors' favor. Mr. Speaker, sir, the objective of the committee is, upon the completion of this inquiry, we shall have a clear roadmap on the reducing the high cost of electricity in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, during this period, the committee visited Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KenGen, in Naivasha. During the tour, the committee was impressed by the work done by KenGen in Olkaria. From Kari facility, KenGen produces 663 megawatts, or the geothermal power. This is commendable, as geothermal is the renewable energy and it reduces the carbon footprint. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee also visited Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, Refinery Limited in Kipefu Oil Terminals in Mombasa County. During the visit, the committee toured the Kipefu Oil Terminals to a new facility that allows 4 ships to dock at the same time when unloading petroleum products. This reduces the cost associated with waiting, the demurrage. The committee also toured the old refinery sites in Changamwe. This refinery ceased its operation in 2012 and is currently leased to Kenya Pipeline Company for storage. Mr. Speaker, sir, The committee has also met with officials of Electricity Consumer Society and residents of Mukuru slums on the challenges encountered while receiving power. The committee induction. Mr. Speaker, sir, during this period, the committee undertook the induction from 9th to 12th March 2023 on the State Department of Energy and 23rd to 26th March with the State Department of Petroleum. During the inductions, the committee was briefed on all the semi-autonomous organizations on their functions and roles in the energy and petroleum sector. Activities of the committee in the next quarter. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, the committee intends to carry out the following key activities during the next quarter. Continue with its inquiry on the high cost of electricity in the country, visit operations in total of Tulu Oil in Turkana County to ascertain the status of the exploration, visit Kenya pipeline facilities in Kisumu to understand the operations of Kisumu Oil Jetty, meet with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to determine the way forward on the refinery in Changamwe, meet with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum regarding the government-to-government agreement on petroleum products importation, meet with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum regarding the status of Kenya Power and Lighting Company with reference to its financial status and massive debts owed to the IPPs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, on the Standing Committee for Finance and Budget, the report for the period commencing 13th October 2022 to 31st March 2023. Mr. Speaker, I rise to Standing Order 56 of the Senate, standing orders to make a statement on the following. Mr. Speaker, during this period under review, the committee held a total of 26 meetings. Mr. Speaker, the committee held in its induction and working plan retreat on 7th to 10th of February 2023 and met with the key stakeholders. The committee also adopted an elaborate work plan which guided on discharging their mandate. During this period, the committee also attended a capacity building seminar on the role of Parliament in the public sector of finance management. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered and tabled a report to the county government's additional allocations, number 2, Bill 2022, Senate number 4 of 2022, and the county government's additional allocations cash disbursement schedule for the period financial year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, the reports for Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023, Senate number 3 of 2023, and the Division of Revenue 2023 of National Assembly number 9 2023 were tabled in the House on Wednesday 12th April 2023. The committee is currently considering the Prompt Payment Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of Senate, which will be tabled upon conclusion. Mr. Speaker, while considering the bills, the committee held a consultative meeting with all the key stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered the 2023 PBS and also the MTDS and tabled the report in Senate. The committee, together with the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, conducted an approval hearing of Dr. Susan Koech, nominee for the position of the Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Kenya. The committee tabled the report, which was debated and approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered and concluded one bill that was requested on Wednesday, 26, 2022. And finally, the statement concerning austerity measures imposed by the International Monetary Fund on developing countries, including Kenya, that was requested on Thursday, 10th November 2022. Mr. Speaker, regarding the statement on the status of the pending bills in Kakamega County, the committee considers the response submitted by the county executive and resolved to invite the governor to a meeting which was actually scheduled today, and we were able to have deliberations on the matter. The committee will schedule meetings to deliberate on the responses received regarding the following statement. 1, the statement on the status of the 16 billion pending bills by Nairobi Metropolitan Services requested by Dr. Boni Halwale. Statement on reintroduction of bank charges on mobile wallets requested by Senator Samson Cherargei. Statement concerning claims of fraudulent activity involving various banks, requested by Senator Mutinda Tabitha. Statement concerning the status of pending bills in Kisumu County, requested by Professor Tom Ojienda. Statement on allegations of unsettled and remitted statutory pay-as-you-earn deductions for the staff in the County Assembly, requested by Senator Eddie Gisheru. Statement by KRA move to suspend tax relief funds, exemptions, waivers, and abandonments with immediate effects requested by Senator Crystal Asige. The committee has requested responses from the National Treasury and Economic Planning on statements regarding the tax incentives available that support climate change by Senator
What is your
Amida.
point of order, Senator Eddie?
Mr. Speaker, it's not ordinary for me to, stop any chair of any committee at this point of presentation, but I have heard Senator Tabitha reading that the statement on predatory lending was concluded on, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member of that committee, and that statement has not been concluded. I just wanted to be sure that...
Just allow the senator to conclude, and then I'll give you an opportunity at the comments to share those comments with us. Senator Tabitha, proceed to conclude, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague in the same committee. That is why it's wise to always attend all the meetings. And as to proceed, Mr. Speaker, the disbursement of funds to county governments sought by Senator Sosi on the 20th of March. Regarding the statement on delayed disbursements of funds to counties, as its meeting held on 5th April, the committee engaged the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, who made a commitment.
Senator Mazayo, hoja yako ya nidhamu ni nini?
Bwana Spika, kwa heshima na taadhima ya hili bunge la Senate. Bwana Spika, hata ndugu yangu Boni Halwale ambaye namheshimu sana anaweza pia kutanguliza swala kama hili. Bwana Spika, tukimwangalia ndugu yetu Metho ni kijana mshupavu, kijana mdogo, na anaelewa sana, na yeye ni seneta pia katika bunge hili, na anaelewa sana jinsia ya vile ambavyo tunatakana kuvaa tukiwa ndani ya bunge. Bwana Spika, tukimwangalia ndugu yetu Metho amevaa kwa njia ambayo haina heshima, njia ya kushukisha hadhi ya Senate, na njia ambayo haikubaliki kama mtu ambaye anaiga wale wakubwa zake walioko ndani ya bunge la Senate. Ukiangalia kama Boni Halwale vile alivyovaa, ukiangalia wale waheshimiwa wengine maseneta seniors wako kule kina Mungatana na wale ndugu yangu kule, na sote pia upande huu ukituangalia vile tulivyo, tuko hali ya kwamba tuna heshima ya bunge, lakini vile alivyovaa ndugu yangu Metho amevaa kwa njia ambayo haina heshima na ya kushukisha hadhi. Na Bwana Spika, na kuomba umchukulie hatua ya vile utaweza kufikiria utafanya, kwa vile ambavyo vile nguo alizovaa si haki.
Honorable Senators, the dress code of this House is defined by rule number 5 of the Speaker's rules. And I'll read for clarity purposes. Senators are required not to enter the chamber, lounge, or dining room without being properly dressed. This means that a male senator shall be dressed in a coat, collar, tie, long trousers, socks and shoes, or service uniform, religious attire, or such other decent dressing as may be approved by the Speaker from time to time. An equivalent standard shall apply in respect of women senators who may also wear kitenge or such other African attire. Now, I've looked at how Senator Methu is dressed today. Indeed, he's dressed in a shirt with a coat. What we need to look at is whether how he's dressed conforms with the requirement of Rule 5 of the Speaker's rules. And in defining a court, the dictionary defines a court as an outer garment with sleeves, be it short or long, and typically extending below the hips. That is the typical definition of a court. And I'm afraid, Senator Methu, I wish at least what you're dressing head sleeve, be it short or long. And in the up, it cannot be defined as a coat. If it made the definition of a coat, then you could have gotten away with it. And therefore, my ruling on your dress code today is that you're not properly dressed for the House, and I ask you to withdraw from the chamber. Yes, Senator, what is your other point of order?
Bwana Spika, ili ni bunge la Senate, ni bunge la heshima. Ni bunge la heshima na sisi tunajiheshimu tukiwa hapa. Bwana Spika, hatuna ubaguzi wala hatupendelei upande huu wala upande ule. Bwana Spika, huku kuna waheshimiwa ambao wamevaa kwa hali ya heshima zaidi. Na upande huu vile vile. Lakini tukiangalia kwa upande huu kuna doa moja ambalo ni chairman wangu na mheshimu na ni kijana mdogo vile vile pia kama Metho, lakini sijui tabia wameanza saa ngapi. Kwa hiyo vile vile kichapo kile alichokula Metho ni kichapo kile ambacho nafikiria ndugu yangu Thangwa ambaye namheshimu sana na rafiki yangu mkubwa avae kama Sigei wakili, avae kama ndugu yangu huyu Kiranja alivyovaa, avae kama gavana pale seneta Amandago, na avae kama mimi kama kielelezo tunawaonyesha. Tafadhali Bwana Spika, tunataka uamuzi wako.
The Honorable Senator for Kilifi stood on a point of order, and therefore no point of order can be attracted out of his point of order. What is left is for me to make a ruling, having drawn the attention of the chair to the dressing of the Senator for Kiambu. The Senator for Kiambu is seated, and I may not be able to see much. Maybe, Senator, I would kindly request you to be upstanding so that I can get to know whether indeed what Senator Mazayo is saying is true or it's a fabrication. Kindly. Senator, just approach the chair, Senator, please. Because my spectacles are not taking me that far. Senator Mazayo, you are totally out of order for asking a colleague to leave the House. Senator Fokiambu, in as far as your dress code is concerned, I will adopt my ruling that I made in respect to the dress code of Senator Methu and ask you kindly to withdraw from the chamber. Proceed, Senator Tabitha.
As I proceed, Mr. Speaker, the committee has requested, as I proceed regarding the statement of the delayed disbursement of funds to counties, at its meeting held on 5th of April, the committee engaged the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, who made a commitment that by 15th April 2023, counties will receive some disbursement. Mr. Speaker, the committee is scheduled to consider the following business in the next quarter. That is consideration of the County Allocation and Revenue Bill 2023, consideration of the county government's cash disbursement schedule, equitable share, financial year 2022-2023, prompt payment bill 2022, equalization fund bill 2023, division of revenue 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 56, 1B of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Health during the first session of the 13th Parliament and the first quarter of the second session. Honorable Speaker, the Standing Committee on Health is established under the Standing Order 228.3 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to medical services, public health and sanitation. During the period under review, the committee held 35 sittings, during which it considered statements and engaged various stakeholders as set out below, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee has considered 13 statements sought by senators and referred the committee as follows. Statement by Senator Amita Kibwana on the circumstance that led to the death of Master Travis Minor at Kenyatta National Hospital. Statement by Senator Samson Cherargei, the MP, on the recall and suspension of several edible oil products from various manufacturers by Kenya Bureau of Standards. Statement by Senator Mohamed Chute, MP, on the operationalization of the National Health Insurance Fund cover in Marsabit County. Statement by Senator Godfrey Osotsi on healthcare services provision at Vihiga County Hospital. Statement by Senator